Hi, you guys. How long have we been going? My bad. Hi, Baha. Welcome in. Hi, Paper. Welcome in. Jay. Welcome in. Uh, Kobe. Welcome in. Fury. Welcome in. Jedi. Hi, y'all. I definitely left y'all on like a hits album, like a hits radio station, and I went to go make matcha real quick, so that's why it was taking me so long. And yes, that's why you're here in country. The only country. Wait, yeah, that's why you're here in country. Yeah. I personally, but I can't help it. Go. Country is good, great. I am not really much of a country person, but like to each their own. Hi, howdy, hello. I got my matcha made, so there's that. I was about to mute that. Thank goodness. You're so dramatic. But welcome in, y'all. Today we're gonna be doing some monster hunting. So, Jedi, the sweatiest, the sweats. Romeo, if you're in here lurking, sweatiest, the sweats. You guys are being called up to the front lines, to help me. Uh, so yeah, there's that. I already know Jedi's in here lurking. So, hi, Thunder, welcome in. I also wanted to watch the Nintendo Direct because I be damned if I wake up at 6 in the morning to watch that. So we're gonna watch that as well. Hi Velma, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? CM Lolo? LOL, I'll get on for you. Thank you, Jedi. Oh, that's today? Is it today? Now I'm confused. Now you got me questioning. I could have sworn it was today. Was that today? Did I have it listed for today? Fucking Wednesday is Monster Hunter. Yes, I had it listed for today. Well, let me get ready. Yeah, that's today. So today we're doing Monster Hunter. Tomorrow is Bless Day. So Bless will be with us. Was just watching the direct now. It was... Or I was just watching the direct now. Who said Velma? Baja said Velma, didn't he? Yeah, he said hi, Velma. I didn't know there was a direct today. Yeah, there was a direct. It, wow, the country is strong in this hits album. That's kind of gross. Uh, but yeah, welcome in, y'all. Happy to have you. We're gonna watch the direct because the direct is an hour long. I'm so used to having my watch, but I let it fucking die because I don't ever take it off. I need to find like a cute little band for it. Also, before we get into it, I already searched the price tag. That's the only thing I know about the Nintendo Switch 2 is that it's $449. There is something on there for Throne if you guys want to help take care of that. However, here's the thing. You can help. I'm gonna put money into it when I can after I fix my tooth that's broken and after I put down money for a VTuber that I'm working on. I'll sell my badge or something and then I'll go ahead and put money towards the fucking Switch. But like it's there. I'm not in no hurry to get to it because I already am occupied the month of May and June with Lost Souls Aside and Stellar Blade coming out on PC. So I already know that I'm kind of like already taken up for the month of like the end. Actually, June and July, I'm pretty sure I'm taken up of like from those two. So that was a typo, obviously. I would never call Lolo Velma just because they have the same glasses. Anyway, so yeah, I mean it's there, but like I appreciate anyone who wants to help, but like I'll figure a way. If I have to wait a year or two, I don't mind either. I just bought CM Punk, thank you. I just got the damn 5070 graphics card. Like I'm like, listen, I'm in no rush for more technology purchases because that 5070 was stressful. Not to mention I still have to get an updated graphics card for my PCs to talk to each other cuz my console is through my gaming PC, which has the 4K, but from my 4K to my streaming PC, it's only doing like 2K. I would like 4K streaming or like communication between the two PCs. So I have to buy that soon. Technology is nasty. Capitalism is a scam. $80, $90, $100 for video games is disgusting. Back in my day, a Game Boy Advance SP was $99. Let's go back to those days, you know? But the dollar was also a whole different story. But you know, I miss those days. It's okay. Kobe can pay for it for you. No, Kobe's paying for his other girlfriends. What are you talking about? Everything is expensive now. Adulting sucks for real. It does. You're not lying. It's nasty. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. I don't understand. But welcome in. Yeah, we just got to $70 games. Why are we already at 80? And the thing is, like, I love Nintendo. Like, I know Nintendo can kind of flex when they want to flex because nobody got like Nintendo games because Nintendo has their shit under wraps and they're like number one in portables. I get that. But they have no right to be like, since we know you had no choice but to buy Zelda on our platform, on our games, you're going to pay $80. You're going to pay $90. You're going to pay whatever we put down as our price tag because that's the only place you're going to get it is here on this goddamn Switch. Like, them having that is kind of, that mentality is so nasty. Nigga like me finna pull up a schedule. So, wait. Error, Nintendo, why are you charging PS and Steam Deck prices now? Because they can. That's the nasty thing. Because my stupid ass, not calling y'all dumb, I think you guys are the same way. But like my stupid ass, they dropped that Animal Crossing for the Switch 2. Guess who's gonna be buying it? Me. So I'm complaining about the prices, but guess who's still gonna be buying? Me. So like put my clown face on because like that's exactly what's gonna happen. Yeah, I definitely need to hurry and sell some bits of land to be able to finance my indulge. Like, remember when video games were like a taboo? Like, if you play video games, you were like a nerd and nobody liked you and you weren't gonna have no friends because people didn't fuck with you and all of that stuff. Remember that time frame? And video games were not that expensive because like they were like, you know, they didn't feel expensive because we were also kids. But I don't feel like it was this expensive when I was a kid, like it is now. I don't know. Let's raid GameStop or something. They've been scamming us forever. Listen, we're gonna run into a GameStop for real. I thought they were going bankrupt. Weren't they going bankrupt at one point? How did they come back? How did they bounce back? It's okay. I'm happy being an introvert nerd. Video games and anime, yeah. Yeah, if you liked anime, you were like a stinky kid. Nobody touched you. No one liked you. You were in like the group of the weird kids. I remember those times. It was not okay to like video games. It was not okay to like Britney Spears. It was not okay to like anime, video games, Britney Spears. Like there was like a whole thing during my childhood where it's like I liked all these things, but I kept it to myself because I didn't want to feel like a nerd. Hold on. Sorry. I heard crying, so I had to go check. Wait, what was wrong with Britney? Like, it wasn't a thing to like Britney Spears. That's what it was. Like, it was legit a thing. If you like Britney Spears, like, you were just like ill. Like, I don't. Thunder, how old are you? Because, like, that might have a lot to do with it. But, like, yeah, it was not okay to like Britney Spears. the color pink, anime, video games, what else? What else was not cool when I was like growing up? There's a lot of factors, but those were the four things that hit me hard because it's like I liked all of those and I could not talk about that, especially being like a fucking cheerleader since middle school. A cheerleader liking those four things was so fucking weird. The color pink, yeah, liking the color pink was not allowed. Like, you're just a basic individual. What? Okay, you're fine. Go. But well, I still got to play in society, but wait, I still got to play in society, but I was also heavily judged by my nerd from. I mean, I played in no, I didn't. I went outside until like the age of 12, and then I decided to stay in my house. Games were kind of expensive before, too, back then. But I don't justify $80 on a Switch game. Yeah, I hearing that like games like Switch, and you're telling me if I whip out fucking what is it? What was the most recent Pokemon games? Ruby and Sap? No. What was I don't even fucking know. I have it. The red one and the purple one. If I whip out those, you're not gonna tell me I don't see my Pokemons flying at like 1 frame per second. Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, okay. Like and you're charging me $80 for that Pokemon to go across my screen for 1 frame per second? And then by the time I blink, he's all the way over here, and you're charging. See, like that's if you're gonna at least charge Switch for like $80. Like, I mean, what if that's how they got us? What if we're paying the $80 because the Switch actually costs more, and they're brain fucking us by thinking it's like really good by saying $449, but then we're technically paying for it through all the video games, and it's actually really way more expensive, and they wanted to charge us more, but they know that they couldn't, so they went ahead and they put it towards the games. I don't know. My tinfoil hat just went off. We're gonna watch this direct. Here we go. I don't know. Okay, it's on. Can you guys hear it? Yeah, I see it moving. Oh, Firefox. I need to go on Firefox, not this nasty ass fucking shit ass fucking Chrome shit. It's assholes. I can't stand fucking Chrome. Hold on. I hate Chrome so much because they be just dropping quality for no damn reason. Highlands, welcome in. I'm trying to curse less this year, you guys. Did I say that? I don't remember ever saying that. I do not think that was in my thing this year. I think you're fucking lying. Let's go. If the quality of the Switch was like this, I could justify the $80. I was just about to boot this direct up. Time for me to rant. Pretty sure you did, unless I have you confused with another streamer. Say you don't fuck with me indirectly, okay? Because I definitely never said that, because I joked around and said it, and then even like High Top Fury and Kobe all came at me and said, shut that shit down. That's not fucking happening. I'm saying if I did say it, that's probably what happened. Watch your mouth. I just didn't know it was jokingly. It was definitely. Definitely would be a joke, yeah. Don't mind me as I'm making coffee while I'm watching the direct. You lady would stop cursing. Lolo said she was gonna curse less. Was that a dream? That's crazy. Y'all have no hope in me. Okay, so this is World now? Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Koichi Kawamoto, and I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct.
Why is this in...
I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
Hello? Closed caption?
I'm
okay?
Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2.
And I'm
Why fix
Tetsuya
my closed
Sasaki,
caption?
the hardware
Because, like,
design
they're gonna
lead
hold
for
it
Nintendo Switch 2.
Help? Help?
What you just saw was Mario Kart World, launching exclusively on
thingy.
Nintendo Switch 2. Now, what do you think this brand new Mario Kart game will be like?
I mean, if it has this quality, are you mad?
New entry
About-
in the Mario
if it
Kart
has this
series
quality-
is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
What are your
Welcome
kids be
to this
watching? They
vast
watch
world.
Bluey in all different languages.
Kart races are
Like,
held
no
throughout
joke.
various
No bullshit.
regions that span the globe. Depending on the time of day and weather
You
conditions,
just
the
said
atmosphere
fuck
will
like
change.
17 times in a row. And I told you guys my favorite cuss word is the word fuck.
And in this Mario Kart game,
This may be my third time watching this, but fuck
you
it.
can go
Okay, then
off the
leave.
racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world.
It's a good word. You can use it for
In
anything.
the
Like,
classic
you can
Grand
be happy,
Prix,
you can be
race
sad,
through
you can be
4
angry.
courses in a bid for
It could be
first place.
it could be an adjective, it can be a verb,
But don't
it can be
sleep
a
at the wheel.
noun.
You'll
It can
also
be so
drive
many
to the
different
next
things.
course as part of the competition. With 24 drivers in each race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up. Introducing
Are you trying to
Knockout
kick me out?
Tour.
If you want to leave, you can.
Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another.
I am not holding you back.
There are multiple checkpoints along the way.
Is there Baby Park 2 in this?
If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint, you'll be eliminated.
Damn.
Can you make it all the way to the finish line?
Fuck Baby Park. We love Baby Park.
You can also freely drive
Oh,
around
fuck
this vast world in free roam.
You don't like Baby Park.
By going off-road, you can explore new areas and routes. So
Baby
drive
Park is
wherever
elite,
your heart takes
okay?
you.
Where's my twin so she can
You
stay
can
with me?
also
Who the
go
fuck
for
likes
scenic
Baby?
drives
I
with
do.
friends.
I love
and
Baby
even
Park.
take photos together at different locations.
You can take pictures now? Oh, that's so cute. No, you don't. I do, like, wholeheartedly. I love Baby Park. Like, I put that on my mama. You like the rage that it
A
brings
brand
out?
new
Exactly.
race across the entire world starts
Exactly.
here.
Yes.
Mario Kart World! The game launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. More details about this title will
Oh,
be
it's
shared
getting
in
its
an
own
upcoming
direct?
Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the
Baby Park
lookout for
isn't
more
even the worst
information
stage.
in the future.
Rainbow Road. I can't. Now, Rainbow Road, they don't need to bring back.
Mario Kart
Which
World
they will.
launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. We'll share more details in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Bet. I can't wait to smash you with the red shell.
Next,
That's if
we'd
I
like
get a
to
Switch
introduce
too.
some of the new features of
Which I'll
Nintendo
never
Switch
get.
2. These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for Switch 2. And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button. Let's take a look at some new experiences it offers.
The C button. We love a new button. Ooh, new button. I'm sorry. The controller looks so interesting. It's a.
I'm still ahead of all of you guys.
It's so smooth.
That was you. So
So we got Discord in the Nintendo.
wait, no.
We got Discord. Hi Dre, welcome in.
coming for you. Come on, no.
Introducing Game Chat, a new feature for Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, missed you.
With this feature, you'll be
'Cause
able to
I don't know what
communicate
happened
with
with that
friends and
quote thing.
family
I
while
don't
playing
know.
a game.
I don't know paper.
Follow you, yeah?
I think it depends on the game. Will depend on the price.
While using the game chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Oh, okay. But you're still behind me, right? All right, let's keep going. Okay. So
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
look at this. Jump on here.
I can't wait to call my
All right, let's keep
friends
going.
racial
Let's make a
slurs.
left
Is that
right here. Let's make
feature?
a-
When it's noisy around you,
So like
your
now we
voice
won't
will
need a
still come
Discord.
through
We'll just
clearly,
be able to
letting
talk
you
shit
chat with
straight through the
ease.
I'm getting
Switch.
hit by a bow.
Love that.
Okay, nice.
It does look beautiful. It's so big.
And you can use this feature in handheld
Oh,
mode
it's so
too,
big.
letting
It's
you
like the
easily
same
chat
size of a
with
Steam
friends and
Deck.
family.
Holy shit.
If you open the chat menu and turn on game screen sharing,
Good job, good job. There we go, there we go.
you can also share your
Now
game
can the
screen.
Switch handle
Did you
that?
see
That's
something
a lot
go
of
on top
stuff
of
for
the
the Switch to be
console?
doing
Really?
in
They
one
could do
video
that?
game.
Do it? You guys, they just did it.
I want to do it too.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, he's trying to eat me. He's trying to eat me.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Oh, no.
Yay.
Okay.
They didn't mention the screen was bigger than the
You can
original.
chat
I
to your
swear
heart's
I
content,
keep-
even while
Yeah.
playing different games.
Lynn, don't pay attention.
Yeah, I know
to me.
that one. It's so
Hands
hard,
on
right?
only.
It's tough.
One
Oh,
of my
wow.
friends said he's
I'm like
gonna
in the
make
sky
the
right
homies
here.
do
I'm
Mario Party
I'm falling.
strip.
Okay, we got it. We're
Wait,
safe, we're safe.
what?
Look, you're on a star.
I mean, you got some freaky frogs.
Get at. You can adjust the size of your game screen.
Guys,
I,
lost.
I
Like,
would
what?
hope they would make a new Switch able to handle it. You know, that seems like a
Or
lot of
expand
power.
another friend's game screen.
You gotta get above that wall that's to your left.
You're almost there,
It's
though.
just like the wall. Like if she gets past the wall.
This is where I have to do a little wall ride.
Okay.
So everyone can watch them play.
Oh my god, this with Animal Crossing and you visiting each other on each other's islands? Oh my god. If another one comes out. But like, that would be so fun.
Let's take a picture here.
Okay, are you ready?
Smile.
I'm gonna just boot up Discord at this point.
Oh, yo,
Like,
that's sick.
One said, no thank you.
On the
I
right
don't think Lolo
Joy-Con 2
has faith that
controller,
Nintendo's
there's an
gonna click
additional
it.
button.
I do
With
not.
the C button, you can pull
His
up a chat
nails
menu.
all up in my screen.
Oh, dang.
Oh, really? Wait, actually, guys, I got a call coming right now, so I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
Look how polite
Here,
he
you
is.
can
my
quickly
ass
and
would
easily
never.
mute
I'd be like,
yourself
y'all, hold
and
on.
more. And there's this.
Oh, brother. You
By
gotta buy
connecting
it.
this camera to the system,
Hey.
I'm just gonna get.
Hey, what's
I'll
up?
see y'all in
Hello,
Discord. I'll see y'all in
yo.
Discord.
Hey.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Good?
You know that's about
You
to
can
be like
appear
a
on
good
screen
$75,
and video
$80,
chat while playing a game.
125.
Your face is on here.
Wait, Nick, how was your test yesterday?
It was good.
No.
here's how it looks with just the camera.
Nintendo working with the feds. That's
There
crazy.
you go. I bet you like
Can
that.
you wait for me?
Please look forward to games which use your
Yeah,
camera
y'all can
feed
see
like
me in
this.
Discord.
Oh.
We can VC in
No,
Discord.
wait.
That
Go
looks good.
left,
That's
go
good.
left,
And
left,
Oh, wait,
left.
maybe
I'll let you
if I
fix
go a
it.
little more this way.
The camera's $50.
Using game chat.
Not
Even
to
when you're
mention, you
apart,
gotta buy a
you can play
screen
games and
protector.
hang out
You gotta
as
buy
if
a
you were
case.
together
You
in
gotta
the
buy a
same
little
room.
carrying case. You gotta buy
Play
an organizer
together,
for your games
or
if you're gonna go
compete in
physical.
online
You gotta
multiplayer
buy
games.
cute little thumb grips, okay? 'Cause
Chat
I
while
love
playing
thumb
your
grips.
personal
Like,
favorites.
that shit
Decide
adds
your
up.
own rules for a retro game competition.
That game gonna be 75.
Or hold a sports
Nintendo would
competition
also
between
like
families.
us to write out our routing numbers.
All together, anytime, anywhere.
Switch Plus accessories, 1K.
Game chat.
What did you think? In developing Game Chat, our goal was for you to enjoy
Telling your
playing online
teammates
with
to
others
move their
more closely,
big ass heads,
including
okay.
family and friends. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place. The camera you saw in the trailer is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, which will be available on the same day as Switch 2. A Nintendo Switch Online membership will be required.
Okay,
to use
so
Game
another $50 because if you
However,
get the family
Chat. Since we'd
plan like I
as many
have to,
people
that's
as
a
possible
$50
to
plan.
experience Game Chat, it will be available
so
without a
disgusted.
membership for a limited time. We hope you'll try it out. Additionally, Game Chat supports the Nintendo Switch Parental Controls app, and different settings can be adjusted. For example, whether parental permission is always
turn my
required
Switch
when a
in
child
for
wants to
that
use game chat to play with their friends.
125 towards it, I get. I can't do that. I have an Animal
We'd like to
Crossing
introduce
Switch.
another
I could
new
never.
experience you can share with family and friends.
I love my Switch.
On Nintendo Switch, even if you just have one game, you can pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend and play together. But on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play together locally on multiple systems using just one game.
Oh, that's
with
nice.
GameShare.
I
As
need
shown
friends for
here,
that, though.
Even games that require multiple screens can
And
be
stay
played if one person
in
owns
my
a compatible
house.
game. With GameShare,
Mi
you can
casa,
temporarily share
which
compatible
never
games with
happens,
others who
so-
also have Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo Switch system. You can share a game
I
with
have
up
the
to 3
Mario
other
Kart
systems
Switch,
at a
so
time.
it's like legit an upgrade.
GameShare also
Nintendo
supports
took notes
online
from
play with
Beyonce's
other Switch 2
management team.
systems, and you can use it with friends via Game Chat, which we showed earlier. GameShare can only be used with compatible games. This feature is planned for several titles, starting with a free update for Clubhouse
on.
Games 51 Worldwide Classics on Nintendo Switch. GameShare support is also planned for select games exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2, so we hope you'll look forward to it.
Up next, we'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch
Effect
2
has been
system
added.
itself.
Please take a look.
Bigger screen, same thickness.
At 7.9 inches, Switch 2 has a bigger
We
built-in
love 7
screen.
inches.
Here's how that compares to Nintendo Switch. The system's thickness remains the same. With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
Why they had to put Yoshi out with his mouth like that? Oh, 120?
The screen supports up to 120 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles. The LCD screen is more vivid and supports HDR, providing more contrast
Ooh.
between light and dark areas of the images. The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically.
These kids are so
Strong
damn
magnets keep the controllers firmly attached to the system. Detach a controller easily by pressing the release button on the back.
loud. God rendering at 120 is insane.
The SL and SR buttons are bigger for greater comfort
Oh,
and
that's
control
good.
when playing with a Joy-Con 2 held horizontally.
I don't hold mine like that, but hey, for you do. Love that for you.
The left and right sticks are now larger.
Now you
Each
see why it's
Joy-Con 2
expensive?
controller
Oh, yeah,
can
it's
be
a
used
mouse.
as a mouse to play with compatible games.
I
Both
forgot,
the
yeah,
left
they made
and
him a
right
mouse.
Joy-Con 2 support mouse control.
If they made a cooking game where I had to like ching 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 like
By
cut,
adjusting the audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld
It's a
and
wrap.
tabletop modes.
Rivals on the Switch 2, I'm there.
It has a built-in microphone,
it?
so you can voice chat with friends anytime via game chat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly. Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you. Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with
I'm
a
so
large,
happy they got rid of that.
sturdy
I
stand.
mean, like, wasn't that part of the
you can
OLD?
move it freely, like this.
Like that stand? But I'm happy that they got rid of that little kickstand shit.
In
'cause
addition
that
to the
shit used to piss me
USB-C
off.
port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well. It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera or charging in tabletop mode.
Oh, that makes sense. That's convenient.
Nintendo Switch
Those
2
who
comes with
watched this
256
earlier, or
gigabytes
watched
of
this
internal
already,
storage,
listen to Lolo,
8 times
gave
that
her
of
grievance,
Nintendo
like,
Switch, for storing your game
sure,
downloads,
you won't get
save
one.
data, and more.
I don't think I'm in a
Reading
rush.
and writing data is also faster. Use the
Or
Nintendo
case
Switch 2
support.
dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games.
Oh,
HDR is
wow.
also supported in TV mode.
Wow. Yeah, because my shit was
The
sounding like a
Nintendo Switch
jetpack.
2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool. This helps keep performance stable. On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital games are supported.
I don't know. I rarely use my current Switch, so I doubt I'll be getting the new one anytime soon. It depends on what the release lineup is for me, if I really want it or not. Because I still want to
As
play
you just saw,
Xenoblade
Nintendo Switch 2
and all that
isn't
stuff. And I
simply
kind
an
of want a new
improved
Switch
Nintendo
just because
Switch.
I want my save data back.
We redesigned the system from the ground
And
up.
I'm
and
not
packed
able
in
to save
lots
my
of new
data on my
gameplay
old
features.
Switch.
And to help players better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game. Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello.
Hi, Legion.
My current location is actually inside the game itself. This is Nintendo Switch 2
I'm still
Welcome
waiting
Tour.
for them to drop a line
Exclusive
of credit,
to
like,
Nintendo Switch
like
2.
Apple did. Oh, that's awful. We're
I'm
gonna be
standing
paying-
over here.
Oh.
Okay,
the hell?
everyone, join me inside the game. There are a lot of question mark icons here. Let's examine them. This sign reads, "Where are the magnets?"
Where are the
The
magnets?
Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the system with magnets.
Now
and
when
those
they fall,
magnets
now when
are
my Switch
inside the
falls out of
system.
my bed because my kids kick it out my hands,
The SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con
my
2 are made of metal,
Joy sticks will go boing
so that's
instead
how
of
they
like
attach to the system.
boing and potentially breaking. That's nice.
A magnetic circuit is formed between them so they won't easily detach.
Oh,
Through examining signs like these, you can discover all sorts of secrets about Nintendo Switch 2. Another example, the Joy-Con 2 controllers have mouse controls. And when combined with the
magnets, extra
gyroscopes, you can
$30 for
even do
real?
something like this. You can adjust the position of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con 2.
No, it's you. You gotta.
By combining the mouse controls and gyroscopes, things like this are possible. There are secrets to discover even as you're playing minigames and tech demos. Some of the secrets range from the unique features of the system to tiny details you might not notice until they're pointed out. There are plenty. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Did they just say that this was a paid digital game? Linz and I went for the same thing. You're telling me the thing that's supposed to teach me about my fucking Switch 2? I gotta pay to learn about my.
So please check it out if you're interested.
I am disgusted.
Now, I'd like to share some more information regarding Nintendo Switch 2.
Y'all,
This is the game card for Nintendo Switch 2 titles.
buy the tutorial is nuts.
It's the same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards, but it's now red and it has much faster data reading speeds. Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro SD express cards. They're a different type of SD card and will make high-speed data transfers possible. Please note that regular micro SD cards used for Nintendo Switch will not be compatible.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
Additionally, to transfer data from Switch to Switch 2, you can log into your Nintendo account to use the System Transfer feature. With this
All of mine
feature,
is on the
you can
SD
transfer
card.
save data, digital games, and more.
I think I took it out of my Switch.
We're
Yeah, I
also
took it out.
releasing
It's
a
not in
new
here.
Pro Controller. It has a C button, which launches Game Chat, and on the back, there are new GL and GR buttons,
disgusted
which you
already.
can use to assign existing button controls. In addition, an audio jack has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope
Why you
you'll
make
check
it so
that out as well.
expensive?
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date.
Why is it the same price as a damn...
Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th.
Hold on. I remember when I was a child, the reason why I went Nintendo more than I went PlayStation, which is a lie because I went PlayStation every time they launched, but like we're just going to go with it, okay? But like every time, the reason why I went with Nintendo was because they were portable and they were significant. They weren't very cheap, but they were a little bit cheaper than the PlayStation. Why is this costing the same amount of a PlayStation 5? I'm upset.
We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a
I
bit
remember
longer.
like Nintendo was like at least like $50, $100 cheaper.
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play 3 types of games. The first type is Nintendo Switch 2 games.
I'm gonna go back
These
to
games
Japan
take
Rebel.
advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2. The second type is compatible games that were released on Nintendo Switch.
Compatible,
Nintendo
as
Switch
in
2 edition games are the third type.
not all
Some
of the
games
games
that
that
were
we have
released
on the
on
Switch
Switch
will be
will
able to
receive
be played on
upgraded
the
versions
Switch
that
too.
offer things like improved visuals, unique ways to play on Switch
Now I bet you
2,
they're gonna do what
and more.
PlayStation did, and you're gonna have to pay an additional $10
Now,
for that to
I'd
get
like to show you the
upgraded,
Nintendo
like they
Switch
did with
2
The Last
edition
of
of
Us.
Super Mario Party Jamboree. Please take a look.
No, get your hand out of my face.
Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting an upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2. The upgrade expands on the base game and adds new features, including mouse controls, audio recognition,
Why
more
would you need to?
expressive rumble,
Oh,
and gameplay that uses a camera accessory, all of which can be accessed on Switch 2. Let's check out 3 new and updated modes.
this right here is why my friend said
First
what
up
he said.
is Mario Party mode. With a single camera, up to 4 players can join the festivities. You'll be able to see each other's faces as you play, so you can experience all the reactions and emotions in real time. Or 4 friends can take the party online. Up next, it's Bowser Live,
But
a
actually
mode
what
where the
I'm
livelier
saying,
team
this
wins.
scares me. Lolo.
Bowser will bring
Oh,
you
my
on
face
stage
says it
2.
all, huh?
Hit
I'm
blocks to
not-
collect the most coins. Guide an RC car with your voice. Go! And compete in other mini-games using full body movement and sound. Finally, take a ride on the mouse-controlled carnival
so
coaster.
disgusting.
With the safety bar lowered and secured, you're off. Use mouse controls
If I
to
lose,
shoot down
I'm
enemies
cooking
while you feel
the
the bumps
other
and rumbles of the coaster. When you enter a pipe, a mini-game will
Oh
begin.
yeah, cabs are here.
There's a
you
bouldering
don't wanna,
game where 2 players each control an arm.
You don't wanna. Okay.
And one where you shake a can of spray paint and quickly tag objects. Enjoy the thrill of these intuitive mini-games. How quickly can you reach the station? From mini-games that use a camera, the built-in microphone, mouse controls, and rumble, the biggest party yet is getting even bigger. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, plus Jamboree TV, launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th.
They want that
Nintendo
bread
Switch
so
2
bad.
players who
I'm gonna
already own
need you to
Super
not
Mario
be an
Party
Earth sign and
Jamboree
remember your
can
face.
upgrade
It
to
does be
Nintendo
saying
Switch 2
everything.
Edition plus Jamboree TV
Like, I'm
by
not
purchasing
impressed with
an
this
upgrade
one
pack.
at all. Hi, Zally Welly. Welcome in.
Please look forward to a new Mario Party experience, where you can see each other's reactions while playing.
I still haven't.
Let's continue presenting some more Nintendo Switch 2 Edition
Let me
games.
see. Let me see.
Nintendo Switch 2 editions of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom
That might
feature
be it. for me.
enhanced resolution and frame rates. And
That
also
one might have
support
gotten me
HDR,
because I didn't
which
like
makes
how
the
it played
image more
on the Switch.
vibrant. so you can play with smoother, higher definition graphics.
Finally pretty as it should be.
Plus,
yeah, I haven't played it because I didn't like how it looked on the Switch. But now,
Zelda Notes.
with 120, I don't think
This
she heard
new
it.
feature can
Wait,
be
heard
accessed
what?
via the Nintendo Switch app
Purchasing
on smart
a
devices.
upgrade pass?
It's
Wait,
a game-specific service
wait,
that's
huh?
exclusive to the
Is
Switch
that what
2
it
editions
said?
of these titles.
Wait.
For example,
2 Edition plus Jamboree TV launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th.
Wait.
Nintendo Switch 2 players who already own Super Mario Party Jamboree can upgrade to Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
please look forward to a new Mario Party experience, where you can see each other's reactions while playing. Let's continue presenting some more Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games. Nintendo Switch 2 editions of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom feature enhanced resolution and frame rates, and also support HDR, which makes the image more vibrant, so you can play with smoother, higher definition graphics. Plus, you can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes. This new feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these titles. For example, it can help guide you to various locations, like shrines and Koroks you haven't found yet.
Guidance activating. Proceed north.
I'm just gonna use this.
Or you can share your creations using QR codes and send them to
I'm
another player
okay.
to create in their game.
Hi, Shar Shar. Welcome in. I'm good. They got me messed up.
We
This
hope
tells
these
me everything
features will
I need
make
to
your
know.
adventures even more enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Look, see? Yep, I'm okay.
In
I don't
Kirby
need to
and
know.
the Forgotten Land, you'll be able to enjoy an additional
Word, let
story
me go find me a
exclusive
copy.
to the Nintendo
I would-
Switch 2 edition.
I just need to
along
know
with
the online
improved
price
graphics and frame rates.
because I know for sure that it's going up.
This story
Oh
takes
yeah,
place
the
in the
online
Forgotten
package.
Land after
Because it
being
was like
struck
what
by
for
a
family? It was
powerful
like
meteor
50,
that's
right?
causing some mysterious changes. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby's new
I'm so
adventure.
sick of this. But yeah, I got this off of Amazon. I think I need to buy me another one. I think like Japan's
Metroid
traveling.
Prime 4 Beyond
kinda,
will
like,
have both a
messed her
Nintendo
up.
Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
But like, it tells me food, shields.
In addition to
Each
standard
region,
controls,
each
you can use
enemy,
mouse controls for intuitive gameplay on
The
Switch 2.
shrines.
Plus, you can explore the immersive
Captured
world
moments,
in
it tells me
4K at 60
everything.
frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in full HD at 120 frames per second. Choose from these
Metroid's
two
gonna be
modes,
my
both of which
reason.
support HDR, based
Yeah,
on
the
your
bridge of the
preference
book
and
got messed
playstyle.
up. Yeah, she's
Plus,
not.
Pokemon Legends ZA, which
Yeah,
is
they
scheduled
didn't
to launch later this
take care
year,
of this.
will not only receive a Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2 edition as well.
So okay, I will buy
By
the
taking
Nintendo
advantage
Switch 2
of the
edition
power of
that.
Switch 2, you can enjoy your adventure in Lumio City with enhanced resolution and
Oh,
frame
it looks
rates.
so good. I'm wet for Metroid, as you should
The
be.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition games you just saw will be available as both physical and digital versions. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version of a game, you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing an upgrade pack.
So that's
We
two
hope you're looking
upgrade
forward
packs
to these
that I would
Nintendo
need to
Switch
buy.
2 edition games.
They better be like $10.
Next, I'd like to introduce
Like
a
the
brand new
PlayStation,
game featuring
please.
mouse controls with the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Please take a look.
There better be a cooking game because if it's not cooking, I don't want it. The upgrade packs are free if you have the online service. That's cool, I guess. Oh, okay, that's good. Might still get me. That issue, that performance was my main issue with the Pokemon games. I agree. This is a nice concept, but are you buying it though? No, so be quiet. I'm sorry. I'm just mad aggressive because like this is so expensive already and that's not even with the console yet. No, but the world doesn't revolve
In Drag and
around
Drive,
me. I
you'll
didn't
use
say it
both
did.
Joy-Con 2 controllers as
Smart
mice
ass.
to intuitively pull off various moves. We hope you're
No,
looking
the
forward to a new
900
twist on
dunk
3-on-3
is
matches
insane.
using dual mouse controls. Next, here are some games from our publishing and development partners coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
I have long observed the lands between.
Hold!
This world is in dire need of repair.
Elden Ring is coming to the...
You can see them, can't you?
You know, but are you
Ways of
serious?
grace that guide you through your burden.
Elden Ring is... Why not? You can finally play on the Switch without
I
it
have
blowing
no
up.
doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
Elden Ring just knows they just know they're that game, and that's disgusting.
Hey, I'm Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games. Here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Wow.
Our first ever sequel introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister Titan of Time. You'll battle beyond the underworld to the ends of the earth, getting to know dozens of characters from Greek myth in a story that reacts to your every setback and victory. It's the kind of game you can quickly pick up and play whether you're experienced with the original or not. Look for more about Hades 2 later this year.
皆さんこんにちは、カプコンの中山です。我々がお届けするタイトルはストリートファイター6です。本体を持ち寄っての対戦はもちろん、任天堂スイッチ2だけの新モードもあります。ソフトは通常版の他に総勢26キャラクターを収録したイヤーズ1、2ファイターズエディションの2バージョンを、さらにゲームと連動するアミーボとアミーボカードも一緒にスイッチ2の発売日にお届けします。お楽しみに。
Kimberly looks so cute. I would buy Kimberly and never play the game.
Initiating arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed.
Hi Gio, welcome in.
All operating at normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted, we will finally be liberated from humans.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Rebels! Thanks for the warm welcome! This planet will be ours.
The Sovereign Axiom, the Trinitas, has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart! All children
This is what got me.
bring hope to our lives, don't they?
Hey, this is Joseph Forrest from Hazelight. I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, wow.
The game is a story about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe, who writes fantasy. Together, they get trapped in their own stories, and it's up to you and a friend to help them break free. Now, let me tell you this, if you like It Takes Two, you're gonna love this one, trust me. And of course, you'll be able to play Split Fiction on the day Switch 2 launches.
At EA Sports,
We're bringing fans together across the world, both on the pitch and on the gridiron. We're excited
My
to
question
announce
is,
the EA Sports
well,
FC
maybe
will
because
be coming to
Switch was,
Nintendo
like, the
Switch
first
2. Madden NFL will also
of
be
its
arriving
kind.
on the
Never mind.
Nintendo platform.
Answer my own question.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Hi, I'm Alan Tu from Avalanche Software. We are bringing Hogwarts Legacy to Nintendo Switch 2. With enhanced graphics and seamless world transitions, you'll be immersed in the Wizarding world like never before. And the new mouse controls on Switch 2 give you even more ways to experience the adventure. Discover the enhanced magic when Hogwarts Legacy launches on the same day as Switch 2.
Captain, is that mic supposed to be on? Son of a...
They need to bring the Disney skateboard game back. I used to love that. Yeah, 1990. Pro Street Fighter or Pro Skater 3 and 4. So
Hello,
ready for
this is Christian
on the
Elverdam
Game
from
Pass?
IO Interactive. We are bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2.
I don't know.
As the
Hitman's
best
really
assassin
hard
in the
for me.
trade, Agent
I don't think
47
I'm
does
doing it
everything he
right,
can
but
to
that game's
accomplish his
really
mission.
hard.
And how each mission progresses
For me,
will vary
personally.
depending on the player's imagination. Our ever-expanding game will release on the same day as Switch 2. Plus, we are excited to bring another familiar agent to the platform.
I never got into it. I tried because like it looks good, but like it's so hard for me. Like I alert and I fuck up everything, and then like you gotta be sneaky, and it's like there's certain ones you can't kill. Ooh.
James Bond. The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
Cool. I'm gonna sit next to you on
The story of light and shadow that never
Hitman
fades
binge.
is reborn. Bravely Default returns, remastered in high definition.
I'll never play it.
Featuring the Brave and Default commands.
This game tricked me. You thought it was a Final Fantasy remake? What did you think it was? Okay.
Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and enhancements. And all new minigames with unique ways to play.
Pissed me off.
Square
007
Enix presents the
better be
classic
sweet.
fantasy RPG, Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster. Set foot
I
in
have that on my
Luxembourg as a
DS.
warrior of light once more.
セガ龍が如くスタジオ代表の横山です。我々がお送りするタイト
I
ル
have
は
it on my Steam Deck. I don't need it on my Switch. I have it on my Steam Deck. I don't need it on my Switch.
1988年東京と大阪
Zero is so
2つの
good
歓楽街を舞台に土地を巡る争奪戦が勃発。伝説の始まりを追加シーンとともにお楽しみください。
Maybe that's a game I
発売日
should
は
pick up on my
Nintendo
Switch
Switch
so I
2の
can like
発売と
platinum.
同じ日です。
That's a lot of
今
work
後のシリー
though.
ズ展開にもぜひご期待ください。
Nintendo got the
We'll have more
Yakuza
games
right.
to show from our publishing and development partners. But for
Can I
now,
send you a
we'd like to
picture of
show
what
a
my
game
friend
being
got his
developed in
son?
collaboration with
Or soon to
Nintendo.
be born
Please
son.
take a look.
Yeah, go ahead. Must have on all systems. Paper, you're not a good influence. I will say this massive library will definitely
When the
warrant a price
Zonai,
tag
who
on the
descended from the
console itself.
heavens, joined hands with the Hylians, who dwelled on the surface.
Yeah, because like the
Their
PlayStation
union led
5
to a
didn't really
great
come
and
with shit.
prosperous kingdom.
And I still feel like it doesn't have shit either.
But in time, a terrible evil arose. A war was fought to vanquish this evil, one which future generations would call the Imprisoning War.
I'm so done with you. I don't even talk to your friends and I'm done with
Perhaps you
I'm so
truly
done
have
with them.
traveled back in time.
them. Yeah, that's the benefit of waiting. Now the great games.
So that's Hyrule Castle? Then that must mean this really is the past.
I really want to get into Zelda games, but I don't know. I really want to get into it because, like, I feel like it's like I'm missing. I feel like I'm missing stuff like in the gaming community by not playing a Zelda game ever in my life. The games are fire. I want to get into them, but it feels like I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. But do not try and follow the stories. Really? Switch to
That was Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment.
Prime time. Like
It's
Gio
being
said,
developed
like
by Koei Tecmo Games
they're backing up their
with
price tag
support
really
from
well.
Nintendo. We hope you're looking forward
see,
to
I
the
never
untold
got
story
big
of
on
the
the
Imprisoning
gameplay.
War,
Warriors, but I
which
watched
took
the
place in
lore
Hyrule
videos. Girl,
long
that
ago.
shit is so convoluted and fucked because they're
And
not
now,
in order.
some
What if I
news
played
about
them in
Nintendo
order?
Switch Online.
Hypothetically, is there a way to play
You
them in
can
order?
continue
Kind
to
of like
enjoy Nintendo Switch Online
Kingdom
on
Hearts?
Switch 2. And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack,
Yes, but I mean,
you can enjoy
can't.
a
You
new
could,
membership
but
benefit exclusively on Switch 2. Please
that
take a look at this.
That actually makes things worse. Playing it in order makes it worse by story. Is that the GameCube? We
Nintendo
love a
Switch
GameCube
Online Plus
logo.
expansion pack will be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo
Exclusive.
GameCube,
Okay,
originally
okay.
released in 2001.
Okay.
Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through cell shading. Controlling the wind using a mysterious baton,
This right here
Link
made
set
it-
sail on an
it's super
adventure
worth
across
it.
the Great Sea.
So the stories
The
have
Legend
multiple
of Zelda,
timelines. The
The
thing
Wind
is, you'll
Waker.
have to double back.
Transcending history and the world.
When the
A tale
timeline
of
goes-
souls and swords eternally
when going
retold.
timeline-wise.
In this 3D, weapons-based
And
fighting
going
game,
back in
each
order,
fighter comes equipped with a different weapon. And Link from the Legend of Zelda series enters the fray.
I always
Soul
suggest to
Calibur
play them
2.
in order if you could a point to
Experience a
start,
world of
use-
white knuckle racing at speeds over 2,000 kilometers per hour. 30
Okay.
machines will put it all on the line in death-defying
Because, like, I
races.
heard Twilight Princess is a
Featuring
must
the series
play.
first, machine customization
Or-
and story
Orphea,
mode.
Orkina,
Get ready to
or I don't know, a
experience
Prime is another
F-Zero
one.
GX. In games that support multiplayer, up to 4
Breath of the
can play together
Wild,
locally
Tears of the Kingdom,
or online.
I've heard some other ones, but I don't
Enjoy
remember.
these classic games with clearer image quality
Man,
and
if I
higher
get
resolution
a
than the
Switch
original
2,
releases.
Everyone gonna
You can also
cry
check the
on
controls
Soul
for each
Calibur.
title and customize them to your liking.
Yes, Twilight Princess is fire. I heard Twilight Princess is like top tier.
More titles will be added in the future.
Ooh, Pokemon XD?
Nintendo GameCube,
Pokemon Coliseum?
Nintendo Classics, the
Wait,
Switch 2
was that
exclusive
Pokemon
game
Coliseum?
library. More titles will be added in the future.
Bitch, this was my game. That was my game, Pokemon Coliseum. I loved Coliseum.
Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics, the Switch 2 exclusive game library coming to Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, launches the same day as the hardware's release. And a dedicated controller designed after the original GameCube controller will also be released. It can connect wirelessly and also has a C button to quickly access Game Chat.
Nostalgia.
The Nintendo GameCube controller, exclusively available for
That Fire
Nintendo Switch
Emblem
Online members,
getting
will
ran?
also be available the same day as
OC got the
Nintendo
best,
Switch 2.
or GameCube got the best controller.
Whether you're familiar with the games or haven't played them
Windbreaker are also.
we hope you're looking forward
Wait.
to Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo
10 out
Classics.
of 10. I've heard
Of
about
course,
the mask one.
you can
Breath of the
continue to
Wild,
play
Tears of
select
the Kingdom.
games from the systems
A
shown
Link
here on Nintendo
to the Past.
Switch
Yeah, I
2.
heard that one too. Okay, yeah,
Okay,
those are the ones
let's
I've heard.
see some more games from our publishing and development partners.
Twilight Princess and Windbreaker. You love Windbreaker. Undertale's parallel story. I wanted to play Undertale's. Was that Delta Ruin? I don't know what to say. But like the cults behind Undertale is kind of scary. Like the people behind, like the love behind it, the people who love it, it's kind of like up there with Kingdom Hearts. Like, they're kind of. Oh yeah, very culty. Yeah, it's very culty, and I'm just like, ooh.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox. Borderlands 4, our upcoming flagship Borderlands game, will launch on Nintendo Switch 2.
Wow!
Borderlands
I don't
is
even
back.
fuck with Borderlands, but that's
Loot and
impressive
shoot
that
your
the
way
Switch
through
2 is
a
going to be
world
able to.
filled with wild enemies and outrageous weapons.
Wow!
We're still in development, and it's already the most ambitious Borderlands
I will be
game
playing,
we've
though.
ever made. Borderlands 4 will launch in 2025. We'll be
Love
sharing a lot of the game
looter
in the months
shooter.
ahead,
Man,
and
Borderlands
there's more from
had a
2K
spark
on the
when
way.
it started. Borderlands 4.
Hi, I'm Dennis Shirk from
gotta
Firaxis
cook, man.
Games.
It has to. I need
We're
it
releasing
to.
a Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Sid Meier's Civilization 7. In Civ
Why does
7,
this
you'll
feel like this
establish
would
an
be something
empire and
Phantom would
guide your
play?
people throughout the ages of history. With the new mouse controls, players can enjoy a more intuitive gameplay experience. Civ 7 launches on the same day as Switch 2.
They have
And if you
so
already own the Nintendo Switch
blow-
version, you can experience mouse controls on
gonna
Switch
blow
2
up playing
by purchasing the upgrade.
Civilization 7. Oh my goodness.
And we have even more news from 2K.
The Switch is coming out with a lot of games for
I'm Lionel James.
launched.
And
Oh
I'm
my.
Ben Bishop. Our final announcement for today is that WWE 2K is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Plus NBA 2K as well.
Imagine playing
We
the
can't
two
wait to
NBA
see you in the
2K on
ring
the Switch
and
too. I
on the court.
can't. I can see wrestling, but I can't see. I can't see
Four
NBA.
kids
I'm
like
sorry.
this old tattered man. Off they went armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom!
I have 2K on the
Terrible
Switch.
exterior.
Don't recommend.
Let's slay some
It's
tricks.
gonna be-
Awesome! You nailed it! Hook, line, and sinker. Tastes amazing, doesn't it?
I was gonna say something so stupid. I'm not gonna say it though.
Really have started to master this survival thing. Next stop, the top. Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything. Let's set sail. This time, for home.
Hi, I'm Dave Crooks from Dodge Roll.
He needs a hug.
Here's the first look at Enter the Gungeon 2. Dodge countless bullets and aim for the Gungeon's depths in our roguelike shooter sequel. Now reloaded in a new 3D art style. You can expect some fan-favorite elements to return. We're still working on the game, and we're excited
Where's your
to share
upward
more with you in
inflection
the
of
future.
excitement, sir?
Hello, my name is Adam Badowski from CD Projekt Red. We are delighted to bring the immersive world of the dark future to Nintendo players for the first time. Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure RPG set in Night City. Thanks to Nintendo
The way that
Switch
this
2,
shit
you can
fried-
transport
never
yourself to
mind.
the city of dreams at home or on the go.
It's came a long way.
Get ready to meet unforgettable characters and discover engaging stories when Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition comes to Nintendo Switch 2 on launch day.
こんにちは。スクエアエニックスの浜口です。
Kingdom Hearts 4 news?
Nintendo Switch 2で Final Fantasy 7 リメイ
I'm
ク
sorry.
インタ
I'm
ーグ
so
レードを
sorry. I'm
発
so
売いたしま
sorry.
す。
I'm so sorry.
本
Zell,
作
don't
は
yell at
ニ
me.
ットガル脱出までを描いた3部作シリーズの1作目となり、20年以上の時を経て再創作された新しい FF7 を体験いただきます。
Give it up if you think that the Kingdom Hearts 4 news is coming out
スイッチ2
anytime
で展
soon.
開する
Give it up.
FF7
I'm just
リメ
gonna
イク
rip
シ
that
リーズ
band-aid
に
right now. Give it
ぜひ
up.
ご期待ください。
You'll be better just not caring and then it just popping into your lap versus you hoping and never getting it. Lolo, not. It's never happening. Don't tease them. Girl, fuck Kingdom Hearts, you're gonna get Red Dead 3 and Elder Scrolls 6 before Kingdom Hearts 4. I just like to do it now. It's became just sheer entertainment. Just oh my god, Kingdom Hearts news is gonna come out. Kingdom Hearts news is gonna come out. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just now just like it's just funny. Because people really be thinking and it's like no, it's not happening. Like shut up. We're getting a 10th Sonic movie before Kingdom Hearts 4. We're gonna have we got John Cena heel turn before Kingdom Hearts 4 news. Listen, that is true. Damn. They are coming with some strong games for launch day. I'm happy for him. I need that. I want that. Hi, Sap, welcome in. I think we're gonna get a studio album out of Rihanna before Kingdom Hearts news. That's crazy. Like so much shit was being revealed and announced. People low-key missed that a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm not a Silk Song. Like, what was it? Silk Song? I don't like those games, but like I
We've
know
shown
that a lot of
of
people
games
were
so far.
into it.
The next game will be the last from our publishing and development partners. Please take a look.
How do you sell physical copies of the game with no game on the game card? I was happy until I saw $80. $80 games and game key cards. Oh.
I give you my blood. I give you my life. Turn, O wheel, and transport him to a night of moonlight, to humanity's very dusk.
What is this? Oh, she's kind of fire. Hold on. Watch her be a boss that kills you instantly.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon-to-depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
Can't wait to die 1,697 times in this game.
The moon tears will flow for one. And one alone.
Is this a Switch exclusive? Dusk Bloods? Interesting. Indeed? Wow. Okay, Switch. What? 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 Available only on the Switch 2. Okay.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software. We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available. That's all from our publishing and development partners. We'd like to thank the developers who appeared today, as well as our publishing and development partners who prepared footage for this presentation. In addition to what you saw today, our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We'll showcase more games in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it. Next, please take a look at this.
That's impressive. I respect it. They're owning up to their release date. Like they're like, we're gonna come strong with our release date. We're just not gonna give you a console. You're gonna have actual good ass games with it. Please let it be. Hold on. Because I get excited every time I see a Kirby game, but I haven't seen a Kirby game that I love my baby. I love Kirby so much. Is this another, like, racing one? Or is this open world-ish? I'm so fucking tired of these goddamn games with Kirby. They need to stop hoeing him. I want
Kirby
more
Air Ride,
open
which
world
originally
fighting.
released on the Nintendo GameCube system
Kirby
over 20
games.
years ago, is getting a brand new game. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai. Next is our last trailer for today. Please take a look.
It's the last trailer. It's got to be a Mario trailer, right? Well, they've been doing Mario this whole time. What is this? Kingdom Hearts 4? I'm sorry. Animal Crossing? I'm sorry. Hydrate. Monkeys. We're not getting Kingdom Hearts until we're in our 40s. Monkeys. This Donkey Kong redesign is ugly as shit. Fuck it. She said it. Hi, Kira, welcome in. was really beating up the earth. Eh. Need it? Getting this? What's up, babe? What do you want? Oh, like they really did redesign his whole face. Oh.
That was a brand new 3D platforming action game starring Donkey Kong, called Donkey Kong Bonanza. With
Bananas.
incredible strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details will be shared in the future. We hope you're looking forward to it.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Thank you for watching so far.
To recap, Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th.
The game looks fun as fuck though.
Finally, here are the hardware options that will be available at launch. We'll release Nintendo Switch 2, as well as a bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World. For more details, please check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
We've covered a lot of information, but that's all we have to share for today.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for launch. We are very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2.
Just don't be like the PlayStation.
We
and run
appreciate
out
you
of
joining
fucking,
us today.
Like
Thank you very much.
consoles, please. Leave that on. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, so this says $449.99 for the Switch 2. If you want the bundle, it's $499.99. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. That's it. The end. Okay, let's accessories. The controller is going to be $80. Additional Joy-Cons are going to be $90. The Joy-Con charging grip, ooh, it charges. Hold on. It's going to be $35. The straps are going to be $13. The wheels are going to be $20. The camera is going to be $50. The dock is going to be $109. The case is going to be $35. The all-in-one carrying case is $80. The AC adapter is going to be $30. If you were wondering about prices, there you go. Not to mention, you still got to get a screen protector, and that's not covered on here. I'm gonna wait for the people that made my Vita and Switch cases to make mine. Yeah, I don't really get anything like from here, but you know, I like how the wheels now have color though. Look at that. Look at this. That's a nice little. That's cute, I guess. So for the camera, it says that it's a USB-C camera, $50, includes one USB-C charging cable. Whether it's in TV mode, tabletop mode, handheld mode, you can video chat with your friends or use other in-game camera features by plugging this into the USB-C port on the top of the system. When you're not using the camera, you can cover the lens with a built-in privacy shutter. Fuck that camera. We got Discord already. I'm saying, Gio, I'm just reading what it says, okay? For the charging grip, attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the charging grip and use it as a classic. Or just a handy charging station. Okay. What, Aaliyah? What? Huh? Oh. Hold on, let me clean your face. Stop. Come here. Come here. What? Come here. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. Okay, whatever. Yeah, they can kiss my ass with all that budget friendly scammers. Okay. But yeah, so you can get the bundle or you can just get the regular, you know, this thing. Wait. Hold on. Is it here? Specs, game chat, game share, parental, transferring. God, this shit's so hurt. This hurts my fucking eyes. This red. Oh my fuck. Fuck. This shit hurts. GTA 6 coming out at 100. Hopefully the rumors aren't true about what people are speculating. I hope that's not true for y'all. Good luck. I don't know they would do that though. I hope not. Yeah, that's online services has it. You're not gonna tell. Hold on. It's not. Y'all really think it's gonna stay $50? This red hurts my eyes so much. I hate the color red so much. I mean, Nintendo is opening up the door for $80 $80 games. 100%. I could see it going up maybe $10 or $20. I think it's gonna go up. I personally think this is gonna go up. And I'm not saying no, Sap. What I mean is like there's a whole nother way that they possibly could go about like what I've heard what they were gonna do with this GTA was like make it a monthly charge, kind of like an MMO monthly charge where you can that's the only way you can play the game. That was the other way that I've heard. So it's like hopefully they don't have you guys paying like Final Fantasy 14 base game and then like you have to pay a membership to keep it going, and then like if they want to do anything extra you have to buy like expansion passes for the game to continue. That's what I heard. They were going to do kind of like a Final Fantasy 14 kind of thing. But hopefully that's not true. That's very possible. If GTA is anything over $70, they can make that or they can keep that shit, and if they do a membership they can go all the way to hell. Yeah, that's like those are the two things that I've heard. I heard the $100 thing, but I also heard the Final Fantasy 14 route. And like if it goes that route, good luck to y'all. Cause they said what? Did they say for 5 like the RP aspect of the game is really what kept that game going? I'm gonna close this game cause that window cause it's hurting my eyes. I need an adult. You know, capitalism is a scam, honey. Yep, RP save GTA 5. Yeah, so like if they actually do either of these, motherfuckers really going to really gotta take a stance and not give into it, which I know won't happen, but we gotta do something. The RP, the heist kept that game alive. Okay, yeah, that's what I heard. And they said that since that's what with all of the new stuff that 6 is going to be offering, that they feel like it's also going to be another thing for the RP aspect to really like bloom and blossom in 6. And that's why they want to, like, I heard that's why the 14 is an option, the 14 route. But I hope not, because buying base game at $100 and then having to pay a monthly subscription if you want, like, the online features and all of that stuff is kind of insane. And now that's going to be corporate into incorporated into GTA 6. So yeah, I could see them doing something diabolical. Stop shopping. Wait, if motherfuckers can stop shopping at Target and make them lose millions, we can take some inspiration and make it shake. They fucked cleaning up in GTA 5 with shark cards and people buying it to play RP. That's really what they got to do. I don't know, man. Yo no say the industry, this capitalism, this shit's crazy. What, Lee? What? I'm not opening those. You have chicken nuggets downstairs. I was today 8 years old when I found out that Minecraft is getting a movie, and the only reason why I knew was because McDonald's has a Minecraft lunch or Minecraft food. What is it? Happy Meals? Didn't know. At all. Didn't know. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do this real quick. All right. And it doesn't help that all of the biggest streamers are gonna pay any costs or gonna pay any cost for GTA 6 because they got it like that. The motherfuckers are gonna be gonna go broke to follow suit. You know, for the DGen people, a Latino woman twerking on their car is enough reason to spend that much money. I don't know why, but I've heard, oh, I can have a bitch twerk on my car, say less. I'm like, if that's the selling point, go off. Yeah, never mention it because you don't care for Jack Black, right? I don't care for Jack Black, but Preston loves Minecraft, so like, I didn't know. He's gonna go to the movies and go see it, but I'm not gonna go. I like big booty Latinas. They showed one Hispanic woman in a bikini, and the motherfuckers was like, "I'll pay $150." Exactly. I was like, it only takes. That's all it takes. While this is loading up, y'all, I'm gonna get into the Discord, and I'm gonna let this load up because it takes forever and a day to load up. But I'm gonna get into the sub only Discord. If you wanna like hang out and help me, I'm also gonna open up a lobby real quick. All that stuff. So yeah, that's a thing. Aaliyah, you're fine. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Tell me what you know. Buy the motherfucker out the bottom with a gold grill gleaming, make all the old problems stop creeping out the fucking dungeon. Switchblade on him, hit the guts like a pumpkin. Dump 30 rounds of that clip, I'll rip. Too thick with the stick that I won't miss. Little slick, real sick, don't talk shit. Whip like a brick, scale on fish. Suicide nighttime, no, we don't fight crime, oh. It's a great fight now with the real red eyes, and we dying inside, oh. Bodies in fluoride, let the rope untie, just crucify me. Young Christ wrist slice, couple hoes on the night, singing alright. Ruby was a motherfucking reject, then I cut my wrist and never motherfucking bleed check. Still broke, get the brother motherfucking rejects. Roll hoes, asking if I see a ghost, tell them no, I just keep smoke. When the weed block, see choke, in the deep dark, 3 feet the rock, beat up, slay the fucking sheep, so default. If I hate myself and then I get the seed up, root, be a fucking default.
Ruby got the cut now, tryna bow down. Ruby the result of a reject from a small town. Turning to a demon, I'm involved now. Loud growls, no limit on the prowl. Stick the fuck back hoe, slay the whole pack hoe, take that little black hoe. Soon I will shed this skin, turn to the devil, then I'll never reminisce.
I remembered at the last moment. Thank you to everybody who is tier 1, prime sub, tier 3 subbed, and subbed over on Ko-fi. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for helping support me. Thank you for helping me be able to provide more content for you guys. Little things go a long way, and I appreciate you. I just want to make sure I get that out before we actually go into monster hunting. I did it. I remember. Look, I'm going to make this a habit, and it's going to stay in my brain, and I'm going to remember. Watch. Okay. I need to get the lobby going, so let me pull up a lobby. I'm in the sub-only chat if anybody wants to pop in. I'll make the private right now. The private lobby. Let me see. This is the only time. This is the only time. So I see Jedi is there. Jedi, you're helping me. Okay, pull up. That's the only time. That's the only time. I was looking for Romeo and Jedi, and that's it. Thank you. Tee. Okay, so hold on. How do I? It's in communications, right? And then, right? No. Where the fluff is it? How do I see it again? Chat log? No. I will find it here. No. 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 Ah. Okay. Because I'm one of the mods. The E73AB3TA is the lobby ID. It needs to be exactly how you see it on this screen. Can someone post that as an announcement for me? Lobby ID with that attached to it as an announcement or a pin, please. And thank you. I will be forever grateful. Thank you, Bless. Hi, Bless. Bless, have you been in here? Is this your first time chatting? Oh yeah, speaking of Bless, y'all. Again, just a reminder, Bless and I will be playing It Takes Two tomorrow. So, if you want to see that, it's happening tomorrow. Also, I need to schedule once I get done with It Takes Two, because like I don't want to have multiple like things with like mods going. The next one that's gonna be coming up is Split Fiction, and I believe High Top and I are gonna do that one. But that one I have to find out that man's work schedule, because that man be working some weird ass hours, so I gotta see with him when that would work. Yeah, anytime after 2 p.m. your time works for me. Okie dokie. I'll probably 2. Yeah, it'll probably be around this same time. Is that okay? Hi hubby, welcome in. How are you? I think this is my first time chatting. That's cool. Okay, yeah, his hours are worse than mine. Yeah, I gotta chat with High Top about that. Yo no say I don't know. Okay, so let me make sure the voice is on. Oh, this isn't on. Hello. This. Okay, voice is turned on too. Hold on. Oh, nice. Okay. Sorry, I was checking my TikTok because I got a comment and I got scared. I wish I had my controller. That's cool. Okay. Oh. Hello. Let me get situated real quick because I'm old. I pushed a little bit of story, but not a lot. Oh, my body. I pushed a little bit of story, but not a lot. But I pushed some, okay? God, that's so much.
So long for now.
Should I keep? Wait, I have to level up my rank, my thingy mabobber. Why are my kids screaming? Huh? Wait. What? Aaliyah, why are you getting? What is going on? Y'all came in here yelling and Aaliyah's getting naked. What the hell? Hold on. Okay, I'm coming. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, y'all. Keep my gambling for real money. Okay. Wait. A million copies sold. Wow. Okay, I don't know what I want to do because I get yelled at if I want to do my side stuff because Zell doesn't like me doing my side stuff, but I need to get my hunter rank up unless other people have other suggestions.
I'm happy to help anytime. Yes.
Welcome back. Thanks. I have messages, did I not? How do I check my messages again? Oh. I just had them. Okay, okay. Bounty has been posted? Okay, okay. Wait, do I need to invite you guys to like an environmental thingy-mabobber thing? Or can you guys just join without having that? I'm patiently waiting for an answer. We can join from lobby search or link party, either works. Okay. Well, I have to push up my hunter rank for the story. So, I guess I can do that now. Oh my god, there's so many. You know, as much as I've been drinking matcha for a little bit, like for this time being, and like it's supposed to have a lot of caffeine in it, it's still not enough caffeine for me, which is kind of scary because it's like now I'm kind of concerned about like how big was my caffeine intake if 3 cups of matcha is not doing it for me. He'll be back. He's gonna be back. Yeah. Let me see. Look at this sweaty individual. Look at him. Look at this sweaty individual in his gear. Oh my, what? You're 197? You sweaty individual. Oh my god. You want some of this?
You,
No?
no, I like it.
You don't like it? It's Qdoba. You love Qdoba. I'm not making mac and cheese. Huh? I mean, you already went in the bag chip, so sure. No, it's Jordan. She has her voice is thick. Don't put it back in my bag after your little sickly hands start touching it. Yeah, you're Jordan. Mm-hmm. Like at my little ass 27, and then you got Jedi here with 200.
What is that, G-Cat? Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
I just offered some to you.
They've issued us supplies. Let's put them to use.
Yeah, she sounds so different, poor baby. Yeah, she is.
What a view!
She's lost her voice. Like, she has like a little stuffy nose and stuff, but like it's really her voice that's shot.
There! That's our target!
Yeah, it's spicy. Mommy's dish is normally really hot. You don't like how spicy it is? Girl, you wake up eating hot fries, and you're telling me you don't like how spicy my food is?
Wow!
The lies. Oh, you like Aaliyah's dress? Y'all gonna have to wait. I offered y'all some before I hunted, and then you guys want to get food now because I'm honey. No, y'all gonna have to wait. Yeah. Yes, wait. Yes. I see you pointing at your mouth a little bit. You're gonna have to wait. Go to bed. She just karate kicked the door. They've been watching AJ play Assassin's Creed Shadow, so now they think that they're ninjas and samurais, and they hi-yacht everything, and it's just been very stressful these last 3 days. God, my depth perception. Oh. Pull out your fucking weapon. Okay. Ooh. Oh shit. Good job, you guys. I gotta get her out of this gaudy ass outfit because it's ugly as hell. Has it upgraded? New titles. Oh wait, I could look. See, tell me you're sweaty without saying you're sweaty. You have like a whole ass different ass header than everybody. You sweaty makes Sweaterson. Let me see. I don't know. Oh, I gotta go here and accept this side quest. So in this case, we would have to. What's the difference between a link party and an environmental link? He got that with the edition that he bought. I'm just messing with him, Kobe.
Hello there, and just in time. I have a little favor I'd like to ask you. Remember the Alpha Doshagama you hunted a fair while back? We've learned a lot from it. But I'm
the awkward pause there was kind of
to back my current theory. I'd love a little
environmentally.
more
You're stuck in one place, but you can see each other out in the world just exploring. Link party just means that any mission will automatically pop up for everyone. But like if we're in the same lobby, does it pop up for you? Or does the lobbies mean nothing?
Anyway,
It's just all of us just in one private area.
From the forest. One with no pack. Comparing that to the other alpha should help to improve our understanding.
It doesn't pop up, but we can go to Alma and find it.
I'm in no hurry though.
Oh.
Feel free to take this on at your own
How many
leisure.
people can be in a link party?
Wanna help out a bit?
Four? Oh. Capture. I gotta capture. I am so bad at capturing. Like, I'm really bad at capturing. I don't know how to capture. What do I need for capturing? I'm really bad at capturing. Don't I need like... I don't need that. Yikes, I'm really bad at this. What is it that you need for tranquilizer bombs in some form of traps? Ooh. Do I have those? How do those look? Do I need to buy those? Can I craft them? Crafting. Probably the pink ones and traps. I think you had some. So Jedi, go and catch it is what I'm hearing. I am really bad at capturing. I don't know how I don't know how to capture. I don't understand. I'm really bad at it. This one? Okay, so those. And what else? And traps? Do I have traps? What color? Trap tool? Nah, I'm ass at capturing. Yeah, I can do that. The green ones next to the trap tools are the yellow. Okay, hold on. The green one's next to it. The pitfall trap? Or yellow one? What is this one? Not that. The pitfall trap used... Oh, okay. The yellow one's on the next page? Okay, hold on. Oh, the shock trap. Okay. I can only carry one? Oh boy.
Hello.
Electric trap or pitfall? Pitfall trap and shock trap, yeah? Okay. Go catch. Okay, so like, do I talk to her to pull that up? What am I trying to fight?
Understood.
Something with a D. Okay. All right, Alma. I need something with a D, please, and thank you. This thing?
Hello. Safety first, right?
How am I on food? Okay, I'm fine. The girls are fighting. I don't know if you guys hear it. The girls are fighting. And with capturing, you have to get it kind of like almost to faint status like Pokemon, and then you can throw the Pokeball at it, right? Yeah, when you see the skull on the map over their icon. Okay. Okay. I'm still learning. This is my first one, so bear with me. I just started updating my gear like the last time I played Monster Hunter. on stream. What's up? You need to share the computer. Yeah, you need to share it. Yes. You need to share it. You want some?
Yeah, no. I know about you.
You didn't have to do all that to say no. You could have just said no, thank you. Yeah. You didn't have to do all that. That was extra as hell. I'm offended. You have offended me. You have.
Let's put them to use.
Hi, Zell. Why the dots? Why are you doing that?
Hey!
Hmm? Hi, Rose. Welcome in. Oh, shit. I leave capturing and Jedi's him, because I can't capture for shit. Upgrade those weapons and gear? I am! I think I'm doing pretty good-ish. Oh, fuck. Look at these guys doing great things. Proud of you. You're showing me. What is the other weapon that I have? I've always just go straight to my jewelry. I've been liking the longsword, but by myself, that's a thing to have. What is my other weapon? Oh, I got my longsword. Okay. Yeah, I told you he wasn't going far. What do I do now? Okay. You can capture, it's easy. Stop selling yourself short. I don't know. I don't do really well at it. I go through so many things just trying to understand it. Oh, Jedi still got it down there with him. Let him know, Jedi. Look at him. All there by himself doing the Lord's work. Love that for him. Yes, babe. Huh? Marshmallows? Oh god, he knew what he was doing giving them to me. He's making me control y'all shivering face. Oh lord. Okay, hold on. I'll give you guys some in a bit, okay? Yes, I'll give you marshmallows here in a bit. God. Girl, change your weapon. Fighting a monster? I don't know what I would consider. Sure, we can call it a dragon. It's not really a dragon because a dragon is. You'll know when you see a dragon. It's like what would y'all call this? A hog? A wolf? A bear? What is this? Bear? Ugly bear dog. Nice. Good job, y'all. Okay, hold on. Jordan. Aaliyah. You're welcome. Fuck. Help the bear. Hi, Gerald. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, I missed my mouth. I love marshmallows. I don't know. I've gotten into this like weird kick of like loving marshmallows again. I don't know where it came from. Currently at work dying. How's the hunts? We've done 2 hunts so far. So far, so good. Jedi's carrying me. Baja's carrying me. Sharshar's carrying me. I'm just here. Prepping for the new update. Man, I'm so behind. I just want the cherry blossom stuff. Once I get that, I'm content. You're welcome. No, Lee. Why did you get naked after getting marshmallows? Wait, I have to do the capturing? You're not behind? You gotta reach 41 for the fight? No, it says it right there. Nah, it's gonna be in the forest? Wait, I'm so confused. It's in a specific area. Oh my god. Hold on. Where's Baja at? Talk to me. I'm a Sue. He knows I don't know what's going on. So it has to be here? Okay. I'm on my way? You're not in the forest? I am in the forest. You weren't in the forest. Oh. Yeah, I did this hunt recently. You had to be in the forest for it. You gotta wait for it to spawn.
Hello.
Hi, Baja. Can y'all hear him? Can y'all hear him?
Yeah. Hey.
He's talking? Not anymore. He said hello, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's all I said so far.
Now he's talking. So, PetSmart, how are you?
Man, I'm not on stream.
Not on stream? But that's your name, though, no? You're welcome.
Like, for one time. Just for this month.
One time? Okay, so you gotta change it again.
Yeah, next month.
So I can call you PetSmart for the month. No?
We'll talk about it.
I got one in the floors. If you want to talk to Amma, you can join. Okay. Okay, I come. Wait, where's she? Okay, wait. Don't say yes, Baha. Just say no. Wait, so how do I see lobby member quest?
Yeah.
I'll show you a dragon, Jordan, okay? I promise. Yeah, I'm gonna show you a dragon. Because you want to see a dragon.
Okay. Wait, my chair.
Hold on. Baha, you're going to be able to hear me, but they won't.
No.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared? A supply shipment's coming. Hope you find something useful.
I need to set up more bases in this area.
What, Lee? You want more? Here, Jordan. Y'all are not helping me. No more right now. No more. Wait until I'm done with the fight, okay? Zeal, are you coming to play in the lobby too?
Yeah, Zeal.
You know you're gonna get yelled at. I already get yelled at, but I like it, so. I'm ready for this free update. Who the fuck is either of you talking to? You! Did you ask him? Okay, I don't. Wait, do we still fight even though it's.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see. And that's there. He set the trap.
I told you.
cut the
Zeal, just accept it. No, it's not done. Just because you see it lighting up doesn't mean it's done. Yes, you need to wait. I'm trying to get in your ass. Stop moving.
Huh?
Huh?
Nothing.
He's like, I want to ask me, but he keeps fucking moving.
Hey, why you keep coming for me, Jet? I'm probably giving you the most damage.
Yikers! I thought I could get in there before I died, but I was wrong.
Oh, you died.
Huh? Because I didn't have any health, and like I knew I had no health, but I still was getting greedy about it. That's what I get.
Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out.
I for sure gotta add you for real. Yeah, you do. What the fuck? Move your ass.
Alright, buddy, that's enough.
What's wrong? Oh. How did you bang your head? How did you fall out of your bed? Stop touching me.
Barely listen, because he's coming for me.
Then you stop moving. Just take it.
I vote no.
Whee! Ah!
That's offensive.
That was rude. I am appalled. I want to speak to your manager. Is this shit really running away? Oh. Can y'all hear Baja though, for real? Cause like I need to know if I need to make him louder. You're welcome. Yes? Okay. We can't, he just said 2 words at a time. That's crazy. Yeah. Zella's not wrong? That's crazy. Okay, go play that. Go take that out there, please. Oh no, there's a chip in my dip.
Of course.
Yummy! Delicioso! W? Yay! Report back to Eric. Eric! Oh, that's Eric.
Thanks for capturing that Doshagama. I immediately immersed myself in the analysis.
I didn't know that their name
Doshagama
was
are
Eric
fairly
this whole time.
individualistic to begin with. They don't exhibit the collectivism of a true pack. In the first place, they're each strong enough to survive alone. Not many predators to fear either. Which is why those in the forest live alone. In the desert,
I want to hunt some
lack
dragons so
any
I
real
can get
order
really
or
cute gear.
cohesion.
Thank you.
In other words,
You have any on your mop right now?
Huh?
the tie that binds them is profit.
Are there any on your
If they
mop
want
right
a
now?
free meal.
I don't know.
Even an average
do we have to look
specimen
for
can
them?
secure prey it could never hunt alone, if it aligns with a strong alpha.
I see.
At first, I considered cohesion driven by fear of the dominant alpha, but nope, just didn't click. If anything, the pack growing stronger would invite.
Is
power
capturing
struggles
better
into
than
cohesion.
killing them when it comes to trying to get like value, like
I'll need to
high-end
study pack
resources?
alpha interactions up close. Or no, compare forest and desert.
I feel like it
specimens.
depends, but I'm
Eric,
pretty sure
I
capturing
need
is
to-
better.
Sorry.
Correct
of
me if I'm
course.
wrong,
This
guys.
stuff just grabs a hold of me. The ecosystem here truly is a marvel. Don't you
No,
think?
not really in this game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I hate Switch
glad I
finna
could be
force
of
my
help.
hand. And wait, I hate Nintendo's finna force my hand and sell the Switch I just got. Did they say something about a Monster Hunter exclusive coming out for Switch too? Is that being rumored? I wouldn't doubt it. I think I saw somebody talking about it, but I don't know if that was real or not. They already got an from software exclusive. Yeah, we saw that today. Well, at least I did. Just like a couple hours ago. Investigate regions and raise your hunter rank. Okay. Where do you get dragons at? Where are dragons? Well, I'll just do my sides for now, because that'll probably help with my hunter rank. Wait, Della, how did you raise your hunter rank without doing, like, the stuff that Alma has?
Yep.
I think Nintendo just might be my op. Like, Nintendo just knows that what they can do and what they can't do, and what they can get away with, and they're capitalizing on it. Yay!
Anything catch your eye?
Rapalo
Yeah.
certificate? Do I have to go to a certain Rapalos to get that, or area?
Something in mind?
I really hate this outfit.
You know you can change your appearance, right?
I thought I need to wait till I get layered.
Right.
Don't you have it already now that you have high rank armor?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing in this game. I'm just legit here to fight monsters.
Okay, go inside your tent.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Oh, any high rank armor can. Kobe, why aren't you in here?
Yeah, Kobe.
Why aren't you in here? You don't want the crowd to hear your seductive voice? You don't want people to hear your berry white voice? Seductive.
Yeah, I went silent on that.
Okay, where do I go?
You go to the last option.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can change my bird from here? I didn't know that. I thought I had to go somewhere special.
And it's equipment appearance for you.
Nintendo Direct and Kobe in the same day? You want women to get pregnant or something? See? See? I'm not the... See? 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 I'll join to help.
Okay.
Hello?
There he goes.
Hello.
Oh, now you haven't clear your voice. Oh, brother.
Yeah, no, I didn't come with because you just came in here like, hello?
Hello.
Hello? Like, you just get the fuck out of
Hello.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, she shouted at me, so.
See, like, dang. Yeah. So you want to get pretty gear.
I want pretty gear. I need gear to last me until the cherry blossom update or like the little cherry blossom theme. Because that's the only one I want.
Like I'm trying to figure out like I don't know what you find pretty.
Not this. Not this
Well, obviously,
fucking
that what you got on some
fucking
boof.
ugly ass
Your kid
boof
looks
boof
ridiculous.
la la
Your kid looks
loopsy ass
ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
outfit.
Your kid looks crazy.
I like this
Hell
fit.
no.
You like the la la
Hell
loopsy outfit? That's nasty.
no.
Nah, hold on. See, cause hold on. Can I'll just join your lobby just so you can see what my character got on.
Yeah, that's what you should have been doing, honestly. I don't know why the fuck
I mean, you already have
haven't
4 people, so I can't play with you. So
Lolo,
I'm just
I
gonna play
think
with
you
myself.
may like parts of. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see. I want to be a. Never mind.
Udana, Zuwu.
Wait.
Cause you can get previews.
What are we making today?
Let me see. I'm gonna go and look at the one I want.
I think you would like the Conga top with different color though as well.
There, like I liked the one that I had in here.
What did
Elias
you-
is high. Like I like
Hi,
this one, but I don't like the weave on that one.
Wait, the arc veil fit.
Yeah, I
You can,
love
like,
this
get you
one.
get to
I
the-
want that,
like
but
the
not that
Zuwu?
weave.
Wait. What's the arc veil? Okay. I mean, you can do it without the helmet.
I like this one too, cause she a baddie.
With the Zuwu
Purr.
with her stomach.
I love this
behind.
one.
Yeah, you can get you a Zuwu.
I don't think so. It's
Got it.
not here. I don't think it's listed for me yet.
No, I'm saying like one of them could hunt a Zuwu, because I think Zuwus are like what HR 21 is all you need to be. So if one of them starts up a Zuwu,
I mean, I do need to start hunting more of
You
those.
can take my spot. About to grab some food. Jedi, don't leave me!
don't leave.
Don't leave me!
Trying to figure out, do I have a Zuwu? I do have a Zuwu. So hold on, let me join your lobby. Let me back out of this.
I mean, I got an investigation for Zulu.
Perfect.
I'm gonna be
Lobby.
What the fuck is a sloth? What the hell is this?
Huh? What? I don't know what you're looking at right now.
Do I
That is a
know?
sloth in your head.
Oh my god, what is the back of that?
Okay.
Ew.
Maybe that's.
What?
Okay. Do type this code in.
You want some?
B.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you do want some.
What, baby? Yeah, I can't show them you guys because Aaliyah is naked as always.
Yeah, your sister is not
She's showing
clothed.
you guys a marshmallow, if you guys are wondering. She's
Oh,
asking if you guys want a
yummy.
marshmallow.
That's delicious.
Here, you can come in the screen. Yeah, here. You want to ask them? Go ahead.
I get a marshmallow. Which one?
You see the hunt? Oh, yeah.
Okay, there you go. Nope, you got no clothes on. I can't pick you up. I can't.
Hey, J Money, you look pretty.
I can't pick you up, Lily.
Tell her I give her a thumbs up.
Kobe said this. There you go.
What area are you on? Oh, okay. Right back at you. Wait, where?
What?
Where are you, Lola?
Aaliyah, you don't need no more marshmallows. Like.
They get it from their mama. Y'all all addicted to that. Let me look at your map and see where you are. She said she was. Okay, unless you're here.
Okay, so wait, Baha, tell me again.
Tell you again what?
Layered armor.
Oh, you just gotta go to equipment appearance when you're in the tent. And any high rank armor that you've already crafted, you can select as your appearance, no matter what you actually have equipped on.
So what you want to do is click on the item itself right there, and okay, she hasn't made any that much yet.
I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have to hunt her a Zulu, and then she could rock that to start, and then as you progress,
This
you
is
get
so
some better
fucking ugly.
Wait, hold on.
I'm so mad.
Are you guys in the Scarlet area, or wait, where are you guys at?
We're in the basin.
Oil Basin? Okay, thank you.
I'm about to have to go out like this.
Damn.
This is cuter than what she got on. I'm so mad.
Oh yeah, I was rocking the base stuff until I got some good gear. I was rocking that. All right.
Are you rocking plain clothes?
I was rocking the plain
She
stuff
got a
because I
little
was
bit of cheek
you were
out and
reaching.
everything.
Oh, I ain't. Lolo, why do I turn and look at your screen? I see the zoom on the cheek.
You know, I had to just double check.
Double check that she double
Matthew
cheeked
Leonard
up.
is gonna be in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie.
Who?
Yeah, Matthew Shaggy.
Shaggy. He was in the first one, right?
Oh, I don't know. That first one I fell asleep when we watched it in
You
Discord.
did, 'cause you
That
put it
shit was
on for
boring
us.
as fuck.
Well, you put it on for us and
Hold on. Wait.
Preston.
The trailer just dropped like an hour ago for number 2.
Welcome back. Are you ready to start the show? Count with me now. 5,
I know you fell asleep, but it was actually
They're out there, Mike.
it was convoluted, but it was actually interesting. So,
Everywhere.
This movie is boring as fuck. Puts on the trailer for the sequel. There might be people out there that liked it.
she's just being considerate, though.
The lore behind Five Nights at Freddy's is very interesting.
Oh, the lore is good.
The lore
But I
is
would never
very
play it.
interesting.
I would never play it, but good lore.
Hold on, this fit? Her base outfit?
I'm weak. It's the base fit is.
I'm gonna keep her in the base fit too. Fuck around.
Yeah, keep in the base fit until you get some good stuff. Hold on, let me hold on, where are you at?
Oh, this
Y'all
is
outside?
basement? Yeah. My beat? No, she's staying in it too, because that ugly ass la loopsy ass shit.
I don't want to rock out here with my shield out though, because it makes the look go away.
How are we on my longsword
Anything
stuff?
catch your eye?
Oh, I can forge a lot of stuff. Hold on. Zell don't come for me.
Wait, where? Okay, I see Char. Okay, I see you. I like the fit, Char. I like the creative character look. I like the look, Char. Come on, yeah. Oh, you got the netters on? You got the fishnets? Hold on. Hold on.
Ooh, that one's pretty.
Look good?
Do I not have that? I do not.
Char's looking fresh.
Alrighty. Perfect.
The Zoo is nice. I love the Zoo top.
Oh,
Anything
bitch,
with a
I
crop
had that
top.
one. Oh, fuck me and me. Never mind. Fuck. I can't read this map, as you guys can see.
Go back to map.
I just go to the forge list.
Oh, hold on.
The forge
Is
list
this
be
you, Zell?
confusing me.
That's it. It's popping, Zell.
Zell's in here? Oh no!
He's Sin, right? That's Zell?
Yeah, that's Zell.
Yeah, I was saying he's Sin. That's Sin,
Oh,
right?
oh yeah, that's Zell. I thought you meant in the VC because I can't hear anything if anybody comes in.
Oh no. I just saw his character pop up. This nigga got the big bonk on his back. Y'all know how to change out emotes? I need to do that. I was playing with some people and they had some crazy emotes.
Now that's a good choice.
I think I do.
Oh, I found out. It's in communication, I think. Communication. No, that's not what I want to do. No. Wait, what the fuck?
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared? A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something.
Wait, was I playing with somebody who had to edit stuff? What fucker said? What? Oh, there we go. I can change my wheel.
Make sure to save some hunts for investigation.
Well,
if you wanna,
what is that?
If you ever want to farm other things, what does that mean?
So like,
What
if you
does that
get a
mean?
good- if you get a good field survey, and it has like gems or something that you want, you're gonna want to save
When
that
do I use
investigation. Or
gems?
Well, no, you'll see. Okay, when you're hunting something or you see a quest, it'll tell you what stuff you can get from it. And if you see stuff that you do like that you get from it, you can save that so you can come back to it.
Save the animal?
Also, Zell, you're wild for having, I don't know how you have that. I didn't know you could edit those stickers.
You definitely can.
The shit said, nice cock. How did you do that?
I don't want to find out.
Oh, two of them. Oh, my body.
Oh, you went out into the wild.
Yeah, she stayed. She's going on. Oh. Oh, wait, I'm not in the thing with her. Hold on, let's see if I can find her quest. Let's see. Lobby member 12. Big bunks. Oh, I played with somebody that was
I just
really
got
nice
South
with
of
them.
Midnight. Ooh.
Okay.
I hope that game does really well. What am I fighting for?
I'll see you back to camp.
You don't just throw some doodoo on one of those and get them out of
Hmm?
I said, if you don't just throw some doodoo on one of them to get them out of
Some noodles?
Doodoo.
Oh.
You can throw shit at them and they disperse.
Yeah, you can get one of them off. So you have to do it 2 at once. I think they already dispersed this, so you should be good. Oh,
Go
I see
away.
you just stop on with doodoo.
How did I miss
Oh.
it?
When you jumped off you jumped off why is this other one still standing here? Oh, I'll shoot the food. Get out of here.
Oh my fuck.
Oh, I got you. I think I have some dung pods.
Bro!
Do I not have any dung? Oh, shit.
This is low-key kind of like crazy.
Okay, I'll deal with this one. Oh, you died?
I died. Shar's here though.
Yeah. I'm gonna go look for some doodle real quick to hit it with.
I have more dung thingies. I just don't know how many times I should use them.
If it's just if it's a small dung pod or just a regular one, you have to shoot like about 3 times. But if you have a large dung pod, you only shoot it once. But if you got little ones, you can fuse those to make large ones. Dang, there's no doodle around? Like, what the fuck is going on?
They're probably all constipated and stressed, okay?
Yeah, they need to eat us to get some doodle going.
They need to eat ass?
Us!
Oh.
I don't think they're doing that. Well, they're probably eating other monsters, yeah. But I don't think... Did you find some, Char? Oh, Char found some. I did not.
No. Right.
Oh, no. Char's not there. Okay.
Why is there so many of these thingies over here? Oh my god.
There's 3 over here. Is this the one we're hunting? I wish we did.
Ow! Don't touch me! Drink, woman!
Give me that jaw, bitch. He's down. Fuck him up.
Oh, brother.
Oh, I was running away. Also, we probably should hunt you some Guardian Ebonies. Because like you use dual blades, so burst gear that gives burst will be good for you.
I think the one I have does burst. No, they don't.
That is
The other one that used to have burst. I missed
Yeah, so we're gonna get you some Guardian Ebony hunts, and then you'll be. Wait, is there another fucking? What? Oh,
We're fighting everything. Oh! This is just chaotic.
Wait, is there 3?
Yeah, there's three of them. There's 3.
Never.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna just focus on the one that's the problem right now. The 2 are fighting. I'm gonna let them do their thing.
Oh no! Then there's the wolf, dog, bear thing here
That's
too.
the thing. That's the third thing that I saw. Okay, the dragon's leaving. Let's follow that.
Oh, he's following it. It's like nah.
Oh, he got smelled. Somebody shot him with doo-doo, so he's leaving.
Oh.
I don't know which one of y'all had the doo-doo on y'all. He's waiting menacingly. What happened to Sean?
Oh. Oh my god. If this horde is not green, I'm gonna green.
Oh, Zell bunked the shit out of him. Hold on, let's get in here. That told me. Wait, did you shoot doodle in?
I accidentally, yes.
Let's beat it up before it flees. I was
Huh?
like, let's beat it up before it flees.
No, I just got my. Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to get us to beat that. Oh, you're using your sword now. Oh. So yeah, Guardian. Oh, go here. Okay, come here, bitch.
What the fuck, you stupid whore?
Low right now. Oh, well.
I'm really close to the face.
Oh yeah, he's been fucked up. Oh my god. Paralyzed. Shit.
How do I do this again? What is...
What you trying to do? Oh, the one where you like stab into and then jump up afterwards?
Yeah.
Should be right bumper and what's the top button on the Xbox controller?
Huh?
You can tell I've never played on an Xbox controller. What's the button that is not triangle?
Why?
I
Why?
gotta
Is it
go
why?
fight people now. Game disconnected. Oh no.
Okay,
Why?
why? Okay, yeah, why?
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
it should
why?
be
That's it.
right trigger and Y should be it.
Oh, you disconnected the Shar?
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to Sharp, but yeah, I guess that's what happened.
Yeah, this game hates me.
Come on, just go ahead, land. Go ahead, land. So we can beat the fuck out of you. Let's get him, Lolo. Damn.
Wait, where are they?
Oh, you switched to this. Oh shit.
God damn, he shot it.
I'm dodging it though. Am I bleeding? I am bleeding.
Poison.
Poison? Hold on.
Get your ass up there.
Get him down.
Nope. Don't do what he said.
We got the monkeys on our side.
Yeah, not on our side. They don't want to poison.
This is not. Beat them up.
God.
You want to set a trap? Alright, bring me that way. Yep, good shit, though.
Nice.
Here it is here.
Who captured it? Who tried to flex so they can capture stuff?
I guess that was cause I was trying to carve the body up.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Tee. Hi. No. No. Hunter rank 30 already? That was quick.
Make room for me too.
Oh, I got a ruby from that. Let's go.
I still gotta increase my rank. Oh shit. Wait, did you come back to life? Oh, I got so scared.
It did for just moved it.
I need to... Zell, I asked the question, like, legitimately, how did you do your hunter rank leveling if you didn't do the sides? Or like the side mission stuff? Or like the stuff that you don't do with Alma?
I assume just random
Oh, just hunting
map
monsters?
investigations.
Hi, Demina. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for being here for 13 months. I appreciate you. How are you?
Okay, I don't have any dung pods. Why do I not have dung pods? Oh, it's because I have stupid stuff equipped.
Creation, quest creation unavailable? Why? ¿Por qué? So, save as... So, when do I need to save as investigations again? What are y'all talking about?
When it has really good drops.
How do you
That
know?
one I wouldn't do. Like, because you can see how, look to the bonus rewards and stuff, and the rewards. I would, yeah, so you don't want to do it when it's like, those items are not good enough for you to want to save.
Now commence.
Now, if you see gems or, yeah, pretty much usually gems or rubies, you want to save those.
Damn. Good job, Bless.
Okay, now I got dung pods.
I took 2 days break, so I'm not gonna advance my goal. But I'm about to beat motherfuckers up again. What? A monster hunter? See?
Hello.
Who's that?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
I got all my gear set for everything I want, except my Switch X.
I got all my gear set for everything I want. Give me sweet thank you.
That's why your gear. That's why your gear ain't pretty like you want it to be.
Yeah.
Crazy, because I
Pull
told her
it out.
Huh?
Told her too.
You told her to work on her gear?
Yeah. But now that she got high rank gear, she can do layered stuff.
Mm-hmm. You gotta get rid of some zoos and what else is there?
Lolo, are you using the wish list?
Huh?
Are you using the wish list?
No. I have a wish list?
You should use it. When you're looking at like items or gear that you want to craft, if you press like Y, you can add it to your wish list, and when you do that, the monster craft that you need, it will have a little like pin on top of them showing like, okay, you need to hunt this monster to get something. So it helps keep track of like what you're trying to hunt. That way you can just go and fight those things specifically. So it's a nice neat little thing to utilize.
Okay.
Old Zeller is crazy.
That's kind of insane.
That is racial.
I'm about to join. Oh, hell, I'm not fucking this.
Oh, I didn't want to go fight that temper part.
Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute.
Get me out of here.
This eye patch look kind of cool.
What's that eye patch?
Aaliyah, stop.
I'm assuming you have to run out of the mom because I only see Rothians.
I'm in the basin.
Oh no, I'm in the forest.
I'm about to engage with this art though, so quest will probably go up in a second.
Oh no.
Jordan.
Lobby member quest. I'm on the way, Lola. Wait a minute.
Oh, fuck. Me.
This ought to put a dent in it.
Oh, brother, I hate these people. Why are you running? Stay. Oh my god.
Like this. What are these things running?
Bitch. Please. Oh, I'm fucked. I am royally fucked.
No, you're good. I'll distract it for you, Lolo.
Ew, my god.
Oh, there you go. Shark trap. What all these arrows?
Oh my god. Ah. Not the monkey.
Shout out to the monkeys. Yeah. Fuck him up, Lolo. Fuck him up. Oh, he just runs you over.
Yeah, that's. Oh my god.
Oh, oof. Good dodge. She's gonna get you again.
Let's do it again.
I'm gonna sit it down for a little bit.
Ah, my body.
Motherfucker just kicked me.
Oh. This is racist.
It is. You're not moving before I shoot this arrow up your ass. Got him.
I hate it here.
Oh,
Wait, where the fuck am I? Hello?
what happened to your energy?
I died.
No,
Mine?
no, I meant like your yellow bar.
My food ran off. We're out.
Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there's another dragon. I was like, why did I get shot? There's another-
I'll see you back at camp.
Watch out, there's another one coming.
Montoya, Montoya!
Montoya!
Montoya, tranquilo, por favor.
Tranquilo. Oh my god, why is this other one over here, bro?
Oh my god. Oh, y'all fighting each other?
Unfortunately,
Wait.
no, they don't fight each other. They're together. They're
Wait.
cousins.
Wait.
The dragons don't fight each other. They're not fighting each other.
No! No!
Yeah, they don't fight each other. So, you can do this. Immediately. Hold on. I'm getting.
We set a trap.
Get my dung pods out. the gun clouds out. Oh. Oh, you shot this. Hold on. Alright, we're going for the other one.
I don't know. All I know is that I'm dying. A very slow, painful.
The other one's leaving, so we're good. We're good. The other one's gone now. I shot it with 3 gun clouds.
I am struggling. Yo! Oh, wait, what? Oh, I must have not used the the antidote before it was too late.
Oh, they got you?
I'm glad you're alright. Don't worry, you'll get him next time.
I'm gonna eat real quick, and
Go ahead.
you know, I'll be there
Spirit.
momentarily. Oh, she using scrimp?
Lolo, you know you could just, if you're out there, you could use your portable grill.
I don't know how to pull that out.
Oh.
It's like right there with like your fishing rod and all that stuff.
I have a fishing
stuff in the
rod.
slots. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh no.
I'll sit tight here.
Lolo, after this fight, let's take a look at your items. Get you familiar with your item bar and what you got?
I don't know anything. I be telling y'all for real. I just out here.
Man, it's like one of the first things they showed you
Is it?
in the game.
I don't remember them telling me about fishing.
They show you the campsite. All that's under the campsite.
I know how to make a pop-up campsite, but that's about it.
It's under all that stuff. All those are like under the same thing. So I'll show you in a sec.
Wait, how do I get hello? This shit's a mess. Okay, whatever. Don't care.
Oh, I might die here. Hold up. Oh, never mind.
I didn't know I could fish.
Yeah. I haven't tried it yet, honestly.
What would be the reason for fishing?
Ingredients, items, I think. And there's like achievements and stuff.
Oh, look at that. I'm learning verbally.
If you're a great sword user, one of the fishes is actually a weapon.
Game.
You're trying to do a crit strike and it wasn't letting you?
I was just trying to attack one of
Thank you, bitch.
No, move!
Pick me up now, please. Fuck. Oh, Rizella died first.
Yeah, I don't die.
Stop moving! Oh.
Really, this was the closest option for a base camp.
Okay, bitch. Stop moving.
What? Oh shit, I might die.
I don't die.
I don't.
He said he might.
Mostly like something to deal with from a distance. Flipping board.
Sir Jedi, like legit Jedi. Like I don't know. Jedi in chat is Sir Jedi.
They're not in voice chat. They're not in voice chat. So.
Good shit. Good shit.
No,
Good
Rose
shit.
asked in
Good shit.
chat though.
Good shit.
Like Sir Jedi is Jedi, like in chat, like his name is Jedi in chat.
Yeah,
I don't know how.
what you're saying. I was just saying, like, just so she knows, like, they aren't in the VC. If that's what also she's.
I think she was looking at the left-hand
Yeah.
side of the screen.
Oh shit! I need to take some
Nicely done,
cold
Hunter.
drink.
Glad you're in one piece.
An alcoholic beverage cold drink?
No, I'm fighting in a fucking volcano. Cold drink.
Oh.
Make room for me too.
Yeah, it ain't a cold drink, so you know.
I hate getting wet.
That's not like the real Zell.
Ma'am, it is a Wednesday.
You know.
What do y'all? Wait, what do y'all take me
They
for?
think you're an alcoholic for real. This is
Yo,
crazy.
what's going on?
You drink.
Where did you get this status?
Dog, you want to know the last time I bought a bottle of alcohol?
Like a month or two ago.
Yeah, sometime in like January, February.
Zell drinks all the time.
That's
See, I just sat here and said,
that's crazy.
All the time. Don't let him fool you.
that's crazy.
Which is crazy because he's supposed to get his 30-day sober chip in a minute.
Whoa.
He
I'm not earning that anytime.
Like a fruit
but-
juice drinker. He does that too, but he also drinks. Don't let him fool you. He definitely. Damn, ballin'.
Dang, balling, dang.
Yo,
you getting
y'all making
jumped.
me sound crazy.
Yeah, you getting jumped, Zell.
Y'all making me
Ballin'
sound crazy,
said, nah, he
bruh.
definitely drinks.
Y'all about to start
That's
putting drugs on
crazy.
everybody. Everybody in chat does meth. Like, what we doing?
I'm crying.
That's crazy, man.
Ballin' said, nah.
What we doing?
He
He
definitely
do be
does.
drinking.
He definitely drinks this insane.
Enjoy libations from time to time. God damn.
Like what he said, they caught you to roll up dollar bill.
Not like that.
Y'all making me sound nuts.
Ballin' said, you do be definitely drinking.
Nigga.
Yeah, he had. Okay, we know every weekend he'd be like, shot.
When's the last time I did that?
Well, you were at a wedding full of Hispanics, so you didn't have to, because they called shots for you.
Oh yeah, she
And
got you there.
it was open bar.
Yeah, but they definitely was more so like, we're
No, no.
drinking. Like, you have no say if you're going to any type of Latin Hispanic event. Kid ties their shoes, we drink. Kid took their first step, we drink. It's a kindergarten graduation, we drink. A wedding, we're drinking for 5 days.
Oh, you better get over here and get this.
I knew they were my people.
Oh shit, I found a Rumpalo. Rumpalo.
Check back in every now and again. Right.
Can I join anybody's stuff? No session.
Me and Bod literally just finished the fight.
Damn, y'all suck ass.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think you would be able to join it.
And you know, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry. That was sorry. I apologize.
Not getting anything.
That was supposed to be internal, but it came out. It's hard.
So you're just
sometimes.
sorry he heard you.
What?
So you're just sorry that he heard you.
Who heard me?
So
Is there? No, he didn't hear me. The alcohol got to him. He thinks he heard me, but he really didn't.
All right, you know what? Y'all have a great night.
No, don't
Y'all
come back.
take
No, no, no.
care.
I sorry. I joke. I sorry.
Madness.
I'm gonna
Zal.
go. I guess drink my fucking sorrows away.
No,
Jesus
I need
Christ.
help. Assist me. I need to do a tempered something. Help me. A tempered something.
Tempered what?
Something.
Girl.
Huh?
What's the name of
A
it?
tempered what?
Tempered something.
All right.
What?
Just join me.
Mission.
Ew, what is happening over here? Oh, you just shitted on my campsite, you bitch.
Oh.
Nasty ass
Here he
Rompolo.
go about his drinking sorrows away. I see now. Oh no. It's just a joke. Are you gonna help me, Zell?
I should eat food.
Zelly?
Silent went silent.
Zelly, roll it. Oh.
All right.
Oh.
All right. Here we go.
Zelly Clarkson.
What are we fighting? Oh, I believe you.
That's a lot. Oh, yeah, a lot.
106?
In park?
Must be nice.
I think you played.
You know, it's hard out here.
No, it's not.
It is. I got so many things I need to do.
No, you don't. You could just say fuck it all and play my center.
I could. But is that smart? No.
No.
But is it
Who
fun?
cares?
I can't, you know, I got these heathens in this household that
You got
won't
little
let me do that.
gremlins.
What do I want to use?
You
I want to use
nasty
the
bitch.
lance.
I think
There's
I'm
no
gonna
way.
leave that.
I want to use the lance.
Then again, I haven't used a sword and shield in a minute.
I probably will never.
Yeah, that's you.
Where's
I'm
my
gonna
best
have
friend?
like one shield weapon per this. That's gonna be my gun lance.
Go with the switch axe. Oh wait, I don't
Oh,
feel like.
digging in them.
Hold on.
Switch axe is so fun.
Damn, this shit got no gems in it though. Hold on.
Get nasty, bitch.
Treasure map
Is high
Wednesday.
top in? Is high top here?
Sure.
No, he's not. Okay.
I wanna say yes, but I believe not.
I don't know say. I don't know say. Do you think the egg came first or the chicken?
Girl.
What? This is a legitimate answer or question because of the
Like
economy.
the apple. All of that.
Huh?
Huh?
What about the apple?
It's like the snake, the apple, all of that.
Do you know? I was doom scrolling on TikTok.
Oh God. Oh, what have I started?
I was doom
What happened?
scrolling on TikTok, and you know, there was this TikTok I came across about Adam and Eve and a correlation of a snake, and they said that technically the forbidden fruit is a vagina because the snake's mouth looks like a vagina when it's unhinged.
Oh, I saw something like that.
I was like, oh, that's crazy.
That is why we just don't do.
I saw that on Twitter too, so I was like, maybe it was just meant to be seen.
My doom.
Look at a snake's mouth. I can't pull up a vagina, but like, look at a snake's mouth.
No, you're definitely correct. It does look like that.
It does look like that.
It's unhinged.
An unhinged snake mouth looks like a vagina.
Are you saying the vagina is the root of all evil?
It is.
Is this what we're saying right here, right now?
It can do things to people.
Well, yes, but I want to hear you say. Are you saying?
I'm not saying that because then that means I don't have the platform to say that. I'm like, you think what you.
I can't say it, but if she said it, then I can agree. You know, it can birth evil.
I'm just gonna say this, right? Only one person bit into the apple.
But the reason why she bit into the apple supposedly is because
not because of him.
It was, or
No.
is it? Or technically did he bite into it and that's why he has an Adam's apple? Why do you guys have Adam's apples? Because he choked on the apple while he chewed it. Don't play with me.
Only one person did it, and what it shows is women don't listen.
Oh, fun! It went underground.
Oh, ma'am, sir.
I'm standing
Wallace is like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I think he was kind of cooking.
No, because y'all got an Adam's apple because you guys lie and you made the one. Y'all made Eve do it. All you guys do is lie. All of y'all do is fucking lie. And then when you're light skinned, that just takes it up a notch. And then when it's a good hair day, it takes it up another notch.
What does that have to do
and
with
then
how did we go there? You said Adam was light skinned? Not.
to be fair, I don't think, like, even, you know what, you're not gonna get into that here. Everyone was a person of color in my opinion.
That's what I believe as well. I mean, if you look, there's actual research.
Not hard.
Yeah, but you know, you have those people who are like, nah, Jesus wasn't black. It's like, are you okay?
Well, that's you know who those people are.
That was a colored man, but okay, go on.
You find me a white man with locks in that book.
What the fuck are we on? You know, we just.
I didn't even read that shit. I could have told you that's not.
Well, I read Carthy.
I should have ate some food. That's all.
I'm trying to cut off his tail.
But all you do is lie. The end. Thank you.
That's not. How do we get here?
All you do is lie. All you men do are lie. You lie. You steal. You
steal.
You steal. You lie. You cheat. Eddie Guerrero.
Okay. All right.
That's right.
What's wrong with that?
I'll be honest.
Huh?
All right. All right.
Look, Rose agrees. See?
The views and opinions of Lolo Bean _ do not reflect.
No, but in this current day and age, if you have a nice hairline, you keep your beard groomed, you have nice clothing, you smell nice, you're an issue. The end. Yep, you're problematic.
You're a hygienic man. You're an issue.
You got 3 out of 4.
So if you're not hygienic, you're a good man? Because I don't think that's the word. I think there's some very nasty, disgusting man there.
I think you kind of don't have a beard.
I don't have a beard. Stop poisoning me.
Stop getting in its mouth.
Wait, what?
You said stop poisoning me. Stop getting near its mouth.
It wasn't his mouth.
Oh, wait, what was it?
Dale.
Oh, you're not with me. Never mind. Stay
Oh,
where
no.
you're at. You.
I started this quest right before yours started. I was like, oh.
Unfortunate.
I have to fix this.
Kobe smells like he bathes in flowers. Smells. You
What?
smelled him? You sniffed Kobe?
Well, consensually?
Oh, I got bathed in flowers. What the hell? I think she's just being nice. Flowers? I don't think I ever smelled like flowers. I know that Jay-Z gold.
We sniffing people? Kobe, is this true?
No, I don't smell like flowers. Probably Jay-Z gold or...
I don't remember how that man spelled.
Jay-Z gold.
Ooh, there's a
She
tail
was just being
here.
nice. She was just being nice. Oh my god. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. How do I still get hit like this? What?
Yikes.
Y'all doing this thing.
Get out the way, you whore!
Who you talking to? Oh!
Myself. My character.
I thought you were talking about like another monster or something. Oh, yes.
There was no connection here.
Oh, I just saw what happened.
No connection. She's just going off.
He was just wailing. Hi,
Just wailing the air. That air was suspect number one.
The air was taking a combo.
Sharpen my weapon. Oh shit.
You sniff your mama just to make her upset? Odd God? Is that what I just read? To annoy her?
Yes, you
Sniff
sniff
her?
your mom to annoy her? That's crazy.
Yes? You seem like the son that would like just try to see how much you can pick off your mom. And
Piss
then
your
laugh
mom
at it.
off.
You seem like the type.
I've seen her laugh.
And then laugh about it and be like, I love you, mama. I'm just playing.
What's happening this
Mama, I love you.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we can get the third seed.
Innocent.
We can get the third seed. Spurs, please beat the Nuggets. Keep it going. Oh, this is perfect. Next time I get there, y'all are gonna kill it. I'm gonna skin it.
I did that with a tempered arc belt the other day on the quest, and they died.
Yeah, that's
as soon
so
as I
beautiful.
joined.
You just load in, tap
I was
dead.
like,
Salute.
oh, that.
Thank you.
It's mandatory. I get up like 40, 50 minutes. I get up to like every 40 to 50 minutes to annoy everyone in this house.
That's crazy.
Sound like
has a
something my brother
time.
would do.
He
Are
said,
you-
well, it's
are you
about
the
that
youngest?
time.
Are you the youngest kid?
I don't think he
Got
is.
it.
I thought
Or
he
he's
was
in
the
the middle.
middle.
Yeah, he's either the youngest or the middle to do something like that. To be that diabolical.
Baja, why are you running on foot?
Because that little stuff in there.
Nope, not that far. Oh, it's here, so that means, oh yeah, it's almost dead.
Are you winning?
I am.
I don't know. Hi, Romeo. Welcome in. I didn't know that was
So,
Romeo. I don't know.
let me get that. Let me hit that giblet. Get that giblet. Back shots. Back shots. Back shots.
Back shots. Back shots. Bark.
Get your ass down.
Whee!
Stupid. Looking stupid. We already cut the tail off. You missed out on the tail meat.
The face is. Oh, the head is missing. No head. Oh, my body!
No head? No head?
No head?
Switching in the bow and arrow to make this quicker.
Bow and arrow, yes, sir. Pulled up on you.
Yep.
Oh, my ass!
Nigga!
This shit wants you. It wants you.
Oh my god, how do you still back? You still hit me with
The
a
back
tail.
shot with no tail.
With no tail.
I wasn't even the one who cut your tail off. It was probably yourself.
Let's get some of that. Let's get some of that carcass.
Whose bird is this? Because it's definitely on me and it needs to be gone. Okay. The glitch moved it. Okay. Or me.
My bird's over here chilling. Where you at, Lolo? Are you all up in this thing? You all up in this thing?
I gotta get in there, you know.
Do you like this top?
What top?
Oh, come over here.
Where are you? Is this you? This one
Right
with the
here.
Y?
But yeah.
I don't know. You're glowing. That's
Oh.
nice.
Yeah, you get
I
this
like
from.
it.
You get that from killing. I just made it black.
Do you have any edibles to spare? Kobe has edibles?
What?
Kobe, you have edibles? Do you have Rice Krispies?
I haven't had
or
edibles
gummies?
in a long time. Oh, Rice Krispies and what was the other one I had?
Kobe the
Rice
plug?
Krispies.
Plug. What kind
Well,
of
I just-
edibles?
Just Kobe.
Look at everybody coming out. Wait, who has edibles?
But now you outed everything out here. You got the block high. What if police was in here? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, y'all do just be wilding for no reason. I don't
Oh, my people are alcoholics and saying people
like
edibles. Like, I get paid on Friday. Let me know this.
That was an AA. Fucking weird people.
I don't know the last time I had edibles though, but I know where to get them, how to make them.
I didn't say he was an alcoholic. No, you didn't.
Oh no, you didn't.
It seems Olivia has something important to report about the
Oh,
dragon torch.
but I was saying like you get this top if you hunt the Kangala. I don't know if I'm saying that name.
Kongalala?
Yeah, Kangala. Yeah.
No, it's the other monkey that's in the snow.
Wait, actually, you're right. I think this is the ball. Oh, let me see.
What?
The balalala something.
Let's see what top this is. Equipment appearance. Yeah, it's the Blanco. Never mind. Yeah, you get this top from hunting the Blanco.
Which one? This one? I know Kobe has been high before, so I just wanted to know. Oh. I mean, the Switch 2 is expensive. I don't judge your side hustle, Kobe. Romeo spits facts.
Hey man, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to get that Switch 2. Don't you worry about it.
Shit, Switch 2 ain't the issue for me.
It's the game
Why? It's the games?
There was something I wanted to share about the situation here. Give me a minute to pull everyone together.
Oh, you're doing a story thing? You can,
Yeah,
just,
because Dell yelled at me and tells me to push stories, so here I am pushing
Oh,
stories.
I'm about to do mine right now since I'm capped.
Yeah, she's talking about I'm so behind and then don't do main story.
You know about the
Side quests will be there.
I do that with Final Fantasy, and now look at me.
Well, that's different though.
We do.
Yeah.
Energy funneled from
Final
the
Fantasy.
Ain't no real
well,
cap.
flows out of these openings, correct?
I mean, there's
Unless you're Final
technically
Fantasy.
caps because I was 100
noticed,
in
but
Dancer
they've been
and
going
Heaven's
nonstop
Sword,
for a
and I
while.
couldn't
Oh, you
use
talking
any of the
about
100
Final
gear.
Fantasy. I thought you were talking like 7 remake.
No.
No, Final Fantasy 14. I kept telling her push story. She kept not.
Oh, well, yeah. That is, yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing applies, and yeah.
Permit not to.
I need to go to White Beauty.
What worries me
White Beauty.
most are the ice shard cliffs. The weather there started going wild, just like here.
Good coming together.
Oh, I need to turn in all these quests too. God.
Prepare for an emergency as we continue our
Wait,
regional
ooh, somebody wants to offer me food?
Thanks. We'll keep a close watch here and do what we can
The
to
hell is-
contain it.
Calm down,
Who's
Fatty.
just-
As for everywhere
who's
else,
just- no, I'm not.
Hi, Fab. I
excited
know
about
you're talking
the
about the
game.
game. It's just funny because you got excited.
Not a problem. We're on it.
Yeah, because I don't know who this person is.
It's the person you go to for your the little cat that gives you like the I
The
forget.
cat's name is
The
Yesai?
bounties.
Wait, is that Yesai?
Hmm?
Oh, that's Conut.
What can I do for you?
Fab, you just get in here and then you tell me to hydrate. That's kind of crazy. Don't even say
Checking
hi,
on
no
your
nothing.
What's up, Fab?
Good shit. You're fab.
Who the fuck is Yesai? Who the fuck is that?
Oh, that's the dude in the village inside. Not forest.
Who is you? You're not my Gamma. What? Who are you? Wait, what are you? I know you're thirsty eating the marshmallows. I have drinks. I've been sipping on drinks. I got 3
On
cups
your
in front
side
of
is
me.
the dude from Kunafa Village and Windward playing.
Oh,
How
okay,
the
he's in
fuck
the
do I talk to
Alpha.
you?
Okay, thank you. Because I was just staying in the regular base camp.
How you forget the brother you saved on the first mission?
Bro, did you think I watched the cutscenes, bro?
Yeah, I was not
I
here
did
for
not watch
story.
a single cutscene.
Oh.
I was not here for story.
This is not a story game.
I've only watched the ones that had voice acting.
Yeah, I didn't watch those at all. Unless it was like a good moment for my character to get a picture, that was it. Anything I see from the story was from watching Lolo or, yeah, that was about it. Everybody else skips cutscenes, so I was just watching Lolo.
Order of the guild.
Hey, you guys should join my guardian fight. Thank you.
What you fighting?
Yeah,
Guardian
we'll see.
Fulgur?
Yeah.
What guardian is that?
Or I'll wait, I'll join once you get there,
Thanks.
I have no problem hunting one of those.
I have to raise my monster hunter rank, so like I need it. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I heard from the others.
That week too. Week to ice. Hold on, let me see. What's my ice weapon? And I got this ice lance. Should
You're
use that
supposed to
again.
offer me food.
Okay, Scrimp.
As you grow closer, they offer you a meal. The meal will last longer.
I'm doing a guardian something. What was I doing? I don't know.
A guardian Fulgur. Are your character looks?
Engine F.
When your
Good
character eats,
credit.
like, you're not gonna like this.
Shrimp and sardines. Wait, what? I'm not gonna like what?
When I saw your character eating, I was like, hold on, that reminds me of Sweetie. I said you probably wouldn't like me saying that.
Wow.
She did look like Sweetie when she was eating. I'm sorry.
You're going to hell.
How
How
is that
dare you?
a negative? Yeah, she eats like shit, but she's a pretty lady. All right, I'm about to join you.
Wait, where is it? Guardian. This one, right?
What you looking at? Yes, that's it.
Which one? What were the things Zell told me how to look at? Wait. Oh, this thing. Wait, no. No? This thing.
Oh, the broken parts.
Tail, wings, and head. Got it. Okay.
Alright, I'm going to join you. Wait a minute. What the?
Zell,
What's up?
What's your favorite seafood item or dish?
Probably crab legs. Well,
Crab
gumbo,
legs?
but crab legs probably.
I like crab legs. I just don't have the time for it. I don't have the patience.
How do you not have the patience to crack them?
Cause you gotta crack the when you have like a plate
Oh,
full
you
of
ain't
them.
got the technique. That's all I'm hearing.
I use a fork and I get in there and crack.
Oh.
What?
Fork.
Yeah, I use a fork. Like you know how you have like the
You
prawns.
don't
You
have-
put it in the like the shell and you
Oh,
lift
okay,
up
okay.
like this.
I should just strictly using a fork. I didn't know
No.
you had the. Okay.
Did you see my technique?
I eat them. Yeah.
I
That's
definitely
not my
saw
technique.
that.
Not my technique.
Yeah, that's
I
not what I
don't-
do, but yeah.
I don't like it. Never mind, cause y'all are gonna be like with crab legs. That's not a.
You don't want to get your
Get
hands,
your hands messy and stuff.
It don't matter.
Yeah.
Gotta do it for the seafood.
It don't matter.
You be behind me, Lolo.
Love you. Okay. Okay. Love you
On the way.
too. Y'all are really just. Y'all love coming in at the worst time.
I'm about to apply for Home Depot credit. Ready.
Come in, they say, I love you. Then they got the toys off of them.
Yep, that's normally how it goes.
Yep. And you can't stop them because they hit you with the I love you preference.
Here's some doo-doo if anybody needs some.
Doodle, huh? It's doodle, baby.
Oh, my ass. Oh, my ass.
Protect your ass. Oh yeah, I'm glad I brought Bo in there because I hate fighting this thing, bro. I hate this motherfucker.
Wait, I didn't know you. Oh,
Is that regular lance or gun lance?
Regular.
Girl, why are you not? I hate you.
Alright, there we go. Let's make a wound on his head.
Oh, look at that tail right there.
Little bitch. Yeah, I already made the wound on his tail. I'll try to make.
Oh, I just did a big amount of damage right there.
I didn't mean to switch to my great sword, but I switched to great sword, so
It is what it is. Oh. God is stupid. What? It didn't run into the vines?
In the arm.
There it is, right? No? Wait, what the fuck? Where did this come from? What the? Yo!
Oh, there's. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
the ebony dropped in. Okay, this is perfect. Go ahead, fight each other. Need this.
I watched.
hold you
You know
at
what?
me. You might gotta go.
You know what, actually?
Might not- Hold up.
No, actually, hold on. Drop some rocks on them both. Were you just watching them, Lo?
Yep.
Keep your eye, you're not getting remotely close.
Nope.
You're chunking.
I think I would be a bow main in this game, but it's actually pretty fucking fun.
Yeah, bro, it's super fun.
A low
Yeah.
main.
Huh?
What'd you say?
A bow main.
Watch out.
I was long sword of it. What is this now? What?
Oh, we got
Rathalos?
Ratty.
What's happening? This never happened with Lola. What kind of shit you got going on in your game file?
Like that's why I don't be. I be having this all the time. This isn't normal.
No.
No.
Oh, this
Like, I
happens
get
to me
like
all the
one
time.
monster that comes up, pulls up.
Nah,
but,
I
like,
have
you
monsters
getting, like,
on
two
monsters.
pulling up.
I get
on the
like
same
3
thing.
or 4 of them at one time, and I'm just like, okay.
I need some stuff. I mean, I needed some stuff.
Yeah.
Because Atlas wants to die too. It can. Shouldn't have interrupted. What were you doing? How much time did y'all spend doing this
We
before I
have
joined?
plenty of time to kill the
But
thing.
this is a story, right? For her? So yeah, definitely.
I don't know if it's a story. I thought I'm just raising my hunter rank at the moment.
Wasn't like a 100 rate
You
camp?
did that cutscene and then it forced you into this quest, right?
No.
Wait.
No, it just told me
yeah.
after the cutscene to raise my hunter rank.
Oh, whoa. Okay. So I remember hunting this part of the story.
Oh, I'm on fire.
Stop.
Roll, please.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Oh, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Back to the other thing?
I mean, they're both. It looked like he's going that way.
Yeah. They want to fight each other. Again.
What?
I want you to be
Jordan,
mine,
relax.
baby. Yeah, I'm not.
Oh.
Help you
Oh,
out.
y'all got it.
Octopus too?
Wait, the octopus is here too?
It's down below.
Oh shit.
I be having
Y'all
just
are
random
crazy.
ass shit just be happening in my game, and I just be so mad. This is what I deal with on a daily
I understand
basis.
it.
This is why I don't be
understand it.
playing for real.
Yeah, you cannot do this solo the way your shit be loading out like this. It's a nightmare.
I mean, you just gotta.
You definitely
stay
can. You
with
can
the
put it on,
dung
just
pod.
dung them. Just dung them.
Yeah, you just gotta isolate with the dung pod.
Leo, stop. Stop.
Booty
No.
one. There's some bees.
No. There's nothing down there for you.
Is he not glowing? Am I tripping? These monsters don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
You can be there all you want. You're fine.
Head broke.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely just chased that raft just cause.
Oh, now the Zubu here. Now look at some parts of this Lolo so you can get some Zubu. Low soup. I ain't gonna lie, I'm chasing this Zubu. Yes, sir. I'm trying to get Lolo some pieces. Nope, you're not running. Anything that pulls up is getting shot at. Who's pinned? Who's pinned? Oh, it's me.
I don't have. Oh wait. Yeah, I can't do anything anyway. Flash fire.
Oh, I'm dead. Hey. It wouldn't let me stab it.
Oh!
I got
Oh,
eaten.
honey. Oh, honey child. Oh, no.
They ate me alive.
Bitch. Oh, fuck you.
Oh!
Alright, I'm going back. Yeah, wait. Oh,
I
it's
said
over here.
Stop.
What?
Put me back
I don't
in
have
there.
anything for you. I don't have anything. No. Fuck!
Oh my.
Oh shit, yeah. That thing is something. Got you too?
Me too? It got you?
Yeah, it ate me.
Oh, damn. Yeah, it definitely got me.
Try to lock in back to
Oh,
where you
bitch,
guys are.
put your shit back.
Wait, where the fuck? Okay, there's a zoo. Alright, set waypoint. Clearing the whole area out. Westbrook Redemption gained 30 points.
I want you to be mine again.
Yeah, I want you to be mine again.
Oh, bitch. Why'd you do that?
Oh, they got you chasing the other thing.
Yeah. Sadly.
Let us know if you need some. I just changed my waypoint. Let me know if you need some help over there.
I don't know where the hell this bird's going.
Oh, what we looking for? He came back.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
Ain't that beautiful?
Let's leave now.
Why aren't you tired to eat? Yeah, you better eat something.
Oh, yeah, please eat something, balling. You're gonna treat you the same way that you do us. You gonna eat?
Yeah, you better eat.
Oh.
Yeah. Get some food in your system.
I thought me having Jurassic Park at moments was like normal.
Nah, it's not supposed to look like King Kong versus Godzilla every single time.
Yeah,
it's happening again.
Yeah,
It's
it
happening
happens
again.
all the time with me, and I'd be like, one fight is enough for me because I'd be fighting like 5 things at once, and I'm just like,
Yeah, I can understand. I understand pullback. Now it wants to die. Shit.
We have to cut his tail off yet?
Nope. Let's change that. I'm gonna put my tractor on his butt. Spit on me. Spit on me again.
flash effective. Ow!
It's about to sit down for a bit. There's the tail, yeah.
All right, way to go, team.
I was running. Oh, I'll get some of that stale meat first.
Have we mounted that thing in a little bit? Because if not, I got it.
I don't think we have.
Where these other monsters at, bro? I
Uh,
don't want no more smoke.
I'm still tracking. One's like 100 away down there.
Ebony left the area.
Bless you?
Thank you, yes. Nope, stop all that.
God! I thought I had dodged it, I guess not. Oh!
Good.
Pick me up, please.
heal while he's down. Oh, Zuwu's about to leave. Swinging a tailless ass.
Oh my god.
Damn.
You know you're almost dead. Come on.
Oh my. My shit.
Oh my god.
So, you know, if mine is like my world's too much, like let me know. We can go on somebody else's
No,
world
you're
from
good.
here on out. 'Cause this shit.
I mean, them fighting each other definitely helps. And we get more stuff that way. I just didn't know it was like this every single time for you.
I be out here fighting for my life. I be having like those Rappalos in the jungle. I be having like 4 of them at a time.
Yeah, well, the Rathalos and Rathians aren't gonna fight each other.
No, but I'm just saying, like I deal with that. That's just a normal thing in my fight when I like go into
That's the
one.
only thing that I do with on a normal basis. But like every other monster, just
And then like I have like the monkeys, 2 monkeys come out of nowhere with the damn bugs.
Oh, when you're fighting the Labrina?
Yep.
Labrina?
No, when I'm fighting the Rappalos.
Oh, you just have the whole.
I be having the whole fucking kingdom come out.
Usually, if I deal with the Rathalos Rathian combo, I'll fight them both. But like,
yeah,
that shit be stressful.
Oh, I don't just be having 2. I be having multiple.
Fought 3. Well, I would say I fought 3 at one time. I had 3 pull up on me once, and I was like, all right, hold on. I just had to keep dung potting and separating.
Yeah.
But I mounted 3 Rathalos on my skull. Rathalos skulls on my fire.
He's leaking. Hold on. Hold this arrow on the way out. Oh, come here. Oh, they still got me hunting the zoo. No.
I just got here.
It's Engie. Bro, die. Great way to get out of there, Lolo. There we go.
Holy shit. Good job, you guys. Proud of you.
Great work, team.
Alright, I think that was my last hunt.
Donkey.
9 o'clock. Find some food real quick and get ready for bed.
Hunt food makes men.
Well done. Now let's continue our investigation.
Love that for you.
Bring back the hunting.
Oy vey.
Hey, 107.
Make room for me too.
Oh, he
How
leveled
high
up.
do I have to get for
I
this?
don't feel so good.
Like every 5 levels or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Every like 5 levels or so, you'll get like another main story quest.
No, stop. I want you
Nice. I'd call that experiment a success. Appreciate you clearing these and joining you in the field.
I'm the
Oh,
one who's
Anthony
grateful.
Davis had a game winner?
Did you use
leave
Oh,
one
this
to
is-
amplify the force behind the
No?
blast trigger?
Okay, at least you're honest.
Alright.
Thank you, though.
She was open and honest about it.
It seems plenty.
Great run.
Get back in chat and lurk for a bit.
Okie dokie.
GG's,
Enjoy
all
your
that good shit.
food.
The potential
For sure, we'll do.
still hiding. Well, whatever. More fun for me. I'll call you when I've got something new.
Baja, are you still awake?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, damn. He's knocked out.
That quick?
Huh?
That quick? You?
Yes, you knock out fast. I don't think you understand how fast you go to sleep. You go to sleep pretty fast. And let's not get started on the moments where you're like, oh, I was still in VC. I laid down in the bed and I forgot how I got here.
Okay, that
Huh?
was recent. That definitely was recent.
So what am I gonna do?
Alright. I'm gonna close this game before it disconnects me again.
What game?
Monster Hunter. Because if I do, I'm gonna say words that are not safe for stream.
My bird can't come in here? That's racist.
Oh, it's you. Something terrible has happened. Will you listen a moment?
What's wrong?
Are you going to sleep, Baja?
One of our
Are you heading out? Are you done with the game?
And the one
I'm done with the game. I don't know about sleep yet.
They claim he was taken by Shewu. And from the midst of our village, no less.
A villager carried off by a monster?
Wait, what just happened?
Has that happened here before?
Never. Perhaps by a guardian outside. But for one to enter the village is entirely unheard of.
We'll take up the investigation from here. Please see that everyone stays
A
alert.
tempered zoo. Ooh, do you want to hunt that, Lolo? Oh,
And my apologies.
you do?
Yeah, we can have
But I
that.
fear this is a matter
Okay, hold on. Map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Alright.
I received report of Shewu attacking the village as well. It seems an unprecedented incident. We've prepped
Legion, are you about to gotcha somebody?
and some of Soshi's possessions.
I think he's just been gambling.
You know, it's crazy he doesn't
When I'm
like
ready,
gotcha no
we'll
more.
head out. We need to respond to the situation swiftly.
Because if he's gotten addicted, he wants to win the game, but you know, he was into the Pokemon thing at first. He might have a little addiction, you know? Get ready to join me in a second. Wait, actually,
Baja's trying to come for your spot. I can shoot for
I know.
free now.
that is also fair.
That nigga does.
Let me start a link party and invite you to it.
Yeah, hurry up.
Happy done right.
Move your ass.
Excuse you?
Move your
Accept
ass.
that. Accept that. Hurry up.
Wait. I don't see anything. Am I going to the right spot?
Wait. Oh, no. I just sent you a link party, so you can just...
Oh.
Understood.
That way, whenever I start one, you can do it. And whenever you start one, I can just join you. It's easier that way for me.
Okay.
Since nobody else is really on the game right now.
Oh, Shar, accept.
Oh, yeah.
Lolo, your
It's
character is making me question my sexuality. Oh, you should see my Baldur's Gate character. She's nice.
Okay, you're in my link party? Bet.
Yeah, I'm in it.
Wait. Okay.
That's why I want the VIPs to use their points and shoot niggas. Tell them, VIPs, y'all hear that? Y'all can shoot people. Do it. You can eject people. Do it.
Only when
I
they
wanna
deserve it.
See him
Yeah,
too.
man,
Oh,
nobody
it's
that's
another
worth
girl. I only
ejecting.
play pretty girls. I can't make a cute guy to save my life.
Plus the girls who be having better gear. Better looking gear, I mean.
Yeah, better looking gear for sure. I should make a story with the guy, huh?
Guess so. If you can find a game that has a
I'm
decent looking one for you to make.
I'm gonna start shooting them out of spite. Who, the VIPs?
Did you
I don't see anything.
I guess it just doesn't count that it started yet, I guess. We gotta shoot it some more.
Yeah, because it hasn't popped up saying that the quest has begun or anything for me. Oh, you gonna shoot the VIPs is kind of crazy. He said dance, water, dance.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure.
Don't shoot me, I'm just a girl. Everybody's finna get it. Oh. Legion said it's time for him to use his power. Rose, eject Baja. You want the VIPs to eject VIPs. It's kind of crazy.
Hey, Legion, fuck you.
I'm getting fucked up, that's all I know. Maybe the bow and arrow is not the weapon for this.
Kobe, beat it up some more.
That was a little too easy right there, Lola. That was a little too easy right there.
I'm so sorry. I did not think about that until I said it.
You did not think about that statement at all, ma'am. All right, there you go.
Is that why you did the Stevie J chuckle before?
Yeah, I was like, she did not think about the possibilities.
Will that
But I got you, Lolo.
protect me from being ejected by you? Of course. Don't listen to Legion.
Legion is a liar. Took him 6 months
Absolutely
to share.
insane. I didn't mean it like that.
But yes, I got you, Lolo. I got you.
Thank you.
It's been beating up. Let me know when you're nearby, because I'm just distracting this thing. Oh, I think I just saw you.
Did you?
Never mind. That's a guardian secret. That's not yours.
Whee! Yeah. Legion is nice to me. Oh, I never shoot Rose. Okay. I'm near you.
I mean, he's just proving the point that he's a liar. He said everyone's gonna get it. Nice.
Oh yeah, you don't use the ad.
Oh my god, please! I don't know what's going on. This thing is doing a shit ton of damage to you.
Where did you go?
It slimmed over here to me.
Slytherin.
To me. To me. To me.
Portal to me.
If I was a bad bitch. Oh, it's angry now. Shit, it's pissed. Oh no. Please. Oh, I should have died. I should have died right there.
Yikers.
Yeah, I definitely need to use it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, it got you. Oh no. I think this one might just be hella strong because like almost every hit this thing's gonna kill.
Oh, there is a. Oh. Hello?
Are you spawning from a chicken?
Yes.
Flaming hot chicken.
What are you doing in the tent?
He just pulled up to the tent.
He said, I am here.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use gun for this. This motherfucker just stop moving.
Oh my god, my ass!
Oh shit! Heal me, Pika! Please! Lolo said, let's get this thing out of here. She's doodling. She said, we gotta get it out of here. I'm gonna keep shooting it. I don't care. Will I drop that on his legs? Yeah, hold that.
Move!
I'm just trying to break some pieces off so I can try to do some good gear. This motherfucker's strong as shit.
He is just moving. Oh my goodness. Oh, my back. My neck, my back, and my neck, my neck, and my back. Please.
You know what? Yep. Hold this. Stab in your stupid head.
Oh, he's taking it up there?
Yeah. He's trying to take me downstairs. Yep, now I bash his stupid head.
Another
They look
monster's
stupid.
coming in.
Really? It's not letting me do my attack. There we go. Yeah. Now we're doing damage. Hey, where's the shark trap? Oh, right here. No. Okay, thank goodness, because I was about to die.
Kill me!
Why are you doing that? I'm about to try to put that shark trap. Oh, okay, never mind.
No, he coming for you.
Yep. Oh my fucking goodness. Hold on, I got some life powder for us both. Hold on.
Oh, not my fishing rod. Okay.
Yeah, I got some life powder for us. Here you go, Lola. What? Oh my god. Nah, hold on. I gotta put some defense seeds on. Oh, you sleep?
Yeah.
Oh, you got weapons to put in the sleeve?
I don't know. I think it's
Ooh, that bitch up. I did what's her name?
What?
Bambi. Like they woke up Bambi. Yeah.
What?
Huh?
What?
I said we woke it up like they woke up Bambi?
From like Disney?
No, Drewski's thing.
Oh.
Speaking of, we gotta watch that reunion.
Wait, did the reunion drop?
I saw some on Twitter.
I want to play with y'all. I want to play this with y'all. You can't? Do you have it? Bro?
You have a game? Oh, good stuff. Good shot trap.
Get in there! Oh,
about to run, huh?
Yep.
Oh, you just threw some doodle on it for the road, huh?
I be forget I have
Oh.
that.
You'll see when you get up there what's up there.
What the fuck? Ain't no fucking way. Wait, where's my...
These might be tracks.
I'm so confused. Wait, where am I
What?
going?
It's locked onto it now, so you should be good.
Kobe, can you gift this game to me?
No.
You got edibles, you got shmoney up here.
Worms Bane.
Huh?
It said Worms Bane.
I'll buy you food.
That does not equate to what? I'm trying to shoot. I'm trying to shoot that thing behind it. No. Trying to shoot this rock right here. My aim is atrocious.
Get out of your combo, please.
Oh wait, hold on. There's thunderbugs over here. Come on, bring it over here. Please come this way. It wants you. I'm trying to make it come over here.
God.
This thing's fucking strong as shit. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna die.
Where's it eat?
I'm gonna die.
No, you're good.
I'm
You're
gonna die.
good. Why won't it come over here? I'm shooting the shit out of it.
Oh my god.
Bro, just hit the thunderbugs. Come over here, thing. This thing's purposely not walking into the thunderbugs.
Oh my fucking god.
This thing does so much fucking damage. There we go.
Move.
Run.
I'm dying. He is slithering me. What?
No. Okay, we got one attempt left. One attempt left.
I'm so confusion. I am offended. I am appalled.
Let's take a quick break.
Okay, I'm about to eat a defensive seed and a strength seed because this thing is unreasonably strong.
And then y'all be like, oh, just play Monster Hunter. Y'all see what I be doing with?
You just gotta get you some better gear. That's all.
I be dealing with fucking Jurassic Park all the time.
That's alright.
No way. No fucking way. You turn the camera off? Jesus Christ.
You're a victim.
I cry.
Don't cry.
I cry.
No, don't cry. Alright, let's upgrade this. Alright, let's go. Let's go to Gimma. Let's see what you got. Why is this?
I got nothing.
Huh?
That's I'm
Oh, you
pretty
do.
sure. I got nothing.
No, you should have enough for some year or something. I mean, I am positive.
What are we making today?
Let's see. Let's see. Oh, so right now you were in the lottery. What did we just fight? The zoo. You got Rathian gear.
No, nada.
Oh yeah, we didn't cut any of the tentacles off. Let's see. What am I wearing right now?
I'm tired of
What about the Guardian Ebony? Did you get anything for that when we were fucking that up?
The who, the what?
The Guardian Ebony.
Why isn't this stuff in alphabetical order?
I don't know. You got some full gear stuff. Okay. I'm pretty sure we hunted the Guardian Ebony. What?
Yeah, we did.
It's not showing.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna call that a stream for now. We'll continue this off stream. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go. Good night, goodbye. See you tomorrow. Bless and I will be streaming It Takes Two. If you would like to be there. Thank you for being here. I will be back.
W stream.
Bye, y'all.